You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, but he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts. Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Good Monday afternoon. Major League Baseball deadline for trades is tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage, keeping you up to date on today's show, tomorrow's show, along with the pregame show. We go live 3 to 5 every day right here on WQEE. Also tonight, Braves and Angels, 7:20 first pitch. Shohei Ohtani will make his long-awaited visit to Truist Park. Speaking of Major League Baseball, let's go ahead and go over the standings here on Monday. In the National League East, your Atlanta Braves, the best record in baseball, have an 11.5 game lead on the Miami Marlins, 12 on the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets are 18 back. Washington, 24.5. NL Central, the Cincinnati Reds take a half-game lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cubs are just 4 back. Out west, Dodgers and Giants, along with Arizona, are going 3 wide into the corner, heading towards the backstretch. Dodgers have a 2-game lead on San Fran, 4 on Arizona. San Diego is 8 back. American League, Baltimore, a 1.5 lead on the Tampa Bay Rays. Toronto, 5.5 back. Red Sox are 8 back, and the Yankees in last place, 9 out of first. AL Central, Minnesota Twins, half game up on Cleveland. And out west, Texas has a 1-game lead on Houston, 5 on the Angels. In the wildcard standings in the National League, it's San Francisco, Milwaukee, and Miami with the top 3 spots. Philly, a half game out. Arizona, 1. Cubs, 3.5. Padres, 5. And the Mets, 6.5 out. In the AL wild card, you've got Tampa Bay with a 4-game lead for the top spot in the wild card standings, with Toronto and Houston grabbing the last 2 slots. Boston, 2.5. Yankees, 3.5. And the Angels are 4 back. The best record in Major League Baseball, the Braves have a 4-game lead over Baltimore, 5.5 over Tampa, 8.5 over the Dodgers, and the Texas Rangers. Pretty good slate tonight in Major League Baseball. It all gets going for us at 7:20. Charlie Morton versus Griffin Canning. Atlanta's minus 220 on The money line over-under is 10. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Please like and subscribe Braves Country HD today. Other games of interest around the league include 6:40 Eastern. The Phillies are at the Marlins. Taijuan Walker at Cabrera. It's a pick'em over under 8. Brewers at the Nats. Corbin Burns versus Irvin. The Rays and Yankees in the Bronx. Glasnow versus Domingo Germán. Tampa Bay -150, over under is 8.5. Orioles and Blue Jays, Gibson versus Bassett. The Reds and Cubs, Abbott versus Stroman. Chicago -120 in Wrigley. 8:05 first pitch, over under 8. Guardians are at the Astros at 8:10, with Noah Syndergaard making his debut for Cleveland. Padres are at the Rockies at 8:40. Seth Lugo on the bump. Friars -205. Red Sox are at the Mariners, 9:40 first pitch, Pavetta versus Kirby. Late pitch tonight, the Giants host the Diamondbacks, should be a good one. San Fran -145 with Cobb and Nelson going head-to-head. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com/BravesCountry.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
I'm a Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. We are about 15 hours from the trade deadline. That can only mean one thing. AA has only began to wheel and deal.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you're having a great Monday as we are so close to the trading deadline. I think everybody can feel it. Everybody can sense that something big is going to happen for your Atlanta Braves. It always does. The Braves, for folks who maybe don't know, or maybe just forget, and you forget how this always plays out, Anthopoulos always, and I mean always, ends up doing something at the last minute, at the last bit. If you missed our show earlier today, we kind of went over all the stuff, but let's go into what's crack-a-lacking in the world of sports. Yesterday, the Angels got a hold of Randall Grichuk, outfielder, and first baseman C.J. Cron from the Rockies, so they added some good bats. And they're trying to show Shohei Ohtani, who Angels and company are heading to Atlanta to take on the Braves tonight. 7:20 first pitch right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube today. So you're going to see an Angels team that you're probably going to see guys leaving the dugout and whatnot because they've got their core. They're going to make the run, but there are moves that are going to be made, and they may be dealing guys away. They may be buying and selling at the same time, trying to help out their strengths and weaknesses. And you're also talking about a team that is still, 4 or 5 games back of the wild card, but there's plenty of time to go. We were talking about almost 60 games left in the season. There's plenty of time for the Angels. With that being said, this is a very, very backed into a corner type of team that's coming into Truist Park tonight. And we're going to get into the series here in a second. But even though our record is much better than the Angels, I just would say we need to proceed with caution, because this Angels team, every game is enormously important to them, whereas the Braves have a heck of a cushion. So the other thing, the Mets are selling off. Last time we talked to y'all on Friday, if you weren't with us for the broadcast over the weekend, the Mets have traded away Max Scherzer. Of course, earlier, before that was Thursday that they made the trade for David Robertson. We're expecting more trades for the Mets. I expect Canyon to leave. I expect Pham to be gone. I expect them to try to move Verlander, but that one's going to be tough. We laid that out. If you want more detail of that, grab the show on YouTube. We came on 11 a.m. and we'll be going 11 a.m. to noon it's not quite noon, but 11 a.m. we'll come on Mondays. And then when football season gets a little closer, we're going 11 a.m. on Thursdays. And basically that is so that we can do enough baseball content and football content between the 2-hour show. We go 3 to 5 here. And also you got college football, you got the NFL, you got October coming up. So those shows at 11 a.m. on Mondays and Thursdays are primarily going to be nothing but Braves and baseball talk, that we'll continue to talk baseball on the 3 to 5 show. Just wanted to have – we're going to run out of time. It's just – it is what it is. You got so much going on in the world of sports. The Hall of Fame game is this week in the National Football League. More on that in 1 second. The Dodgers, you got to figure that they're going to continue to buy. You missed this. Yesterday, J.D. Martinez and Will Smith were both pulled from the game after a few innings. Will Smith because of a hit by pitch, and J.D. Martinez was because of a hamstring issue. So depending on how serious they think those are, the Dodgers are going to continue to buy. These are all things that happen right before the deadline that make a big, big difference. Rangers made another big trade over the weekend. They got Montgomery from the Cardinals, the left-handed Jordan Montgomery. Of course, they'd already added Max Scherzer. So they had a couple of veterans that they think are going to help them get to the next step. I don't think they are lights out type of additions, but they are definitely good starters that can help them possibly win their division. And I think that's what they're really focusing on, is trying to go all in, win their division, and then go from there. See how far they can go. I do find it odd and strange that they went out and got DeGrom. He didn't work out so far because of the injury, so they went out and got another Mets reject in Max Scherzer. So that is what it is. And news for your Atlanta Braves, we made an addition today. We're adding A.J. Minter back to the roster. He had a couple of stints on, was it Friday, and I want to say Wednesday. Wednesday and Friday were the 2 days that he pitched down in AAA. Had a couple of good outings. Max Fried will be heading back to us this week. My guess would be Friday. It could be Saturday, but regardless, Max Fried will be back on the bump for the Braves. And remember, those games are all-day games. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all-day games. 2:21 pitch. We'll have every game. We're going to have every game this week on Braves Country HD. Tonight, 7:20. Tomorrow night, 7:20 against the Angels. Wednesday is 12:20, an early pitch. I don't know why they got to start that early after the night game in Atlanta. I really think they should revisit that. You know, if they're in love with that 2:20 after nonsense that they do. Can we get a 1:20 first pitch? Can we get a 2:20 first pitch? These are the types of things that I think add to why we are so bad in day games in the middle of the week. And then we go to Chicago, and we're going to be in Wrigley Field, so it's 2:20 Friday, 2:20 Saturday, 2:20 Sunday. We're going to bring all three of those games to you. So we're excited about this week, and of course, the trading deadline. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where baseball takes center stage until the end of October. And yeah, football shows up, but let's be honest, the football games, as important as they can be, they take a little bit of a backseat to baseball when it comes to September and October, because you're talking about chasing down a championship, the football championships. When we get into November, we're going to be doing a lot more football. In fact, we're going to do some football play-by-plays for you as the season gets a little more aggressive. And if you've seen some of the opening schedules for the college teams this year, man, there's some dud weekends. There are some dud weekends. You'll have a few good games, but my God, I'm so ready for them to go into just one big conference in college football and put all your major players in. Grab the 50 best teams in America, put them in one conference, and quit playing these just duds the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. The only other thing that's really going down in the world of sports before we switch gears into the Braves-Angels series is Broncos wide receiver Tim Patrick is believed to have an torn Achilles. This guy cannot stay healthy. This could be the end of his career. It's a sad, sad thing. The Colts, of course, we'll talk to Joey more about this tomorrow. The Colts, I tried to tell him about his little freaking drunk, nutso owner that he has in Jeremy Irsay. Well, Irsay has now ran Jonathan Taylor out of town, and he'll continue to be an absolute dumpster fire as he said some things he shouldn't have said. Knowing him, he's probably had one too many the night before, still fighting it off, and he kind of let everybody know what he really thinks, and that's never a good thing if you're one of these owners. Also, to that note, as Taylor is on his way out of Indianapolis, Zach Moss, the running back, he broke his arm. So there you have that. And then, of course, the NFL preseason, though not that exciting, it does begin Thursday night, Jets and Browns Hall of Fame game. I guess with the Braves being off, I'll probably tune in a little bit, but I mean, what is it? Maybe a series that you care about that? I mean, come on. Preseason football is less meaningful than spring training baseball. It's less meaningful than the spring game in college football. I don't think anything's less meaningful than preseason NBA, but NFL is really close. We won't see anything. We're not going to see Aaron Rodgers out there. Lord, if Aaron Rodgers is out there for the Jets on Thursday night, it's to just go out there and take a snap and take a knee and walk off the field. There would be no reason to put him in there. Jets and Browns Hall of Fame game should be a good crowd because you got a lot of Jets. You got the Browns offensive lineman going into the Hall of Fame. So fun weekend for Jets and Browns fans. But I am more interested in the following week when we get the Dolphins and Falcons on that Friday night, though we won't see a lot. It's more when you get towards the end of the preseason, because what we've seen now with the NFL is the game two. The game two is the most important one. Everything else is a dress rehearsal. Okay, let's take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk Braves, Angels, what all this means, and of course, the deadline is coming up. Tick tock, we've got to get on the ball. We got to get two main things. We'll talk about that when we come back here on Braves Country. Jones is on the way as well.
You're arrested for bribery. Can't you just bribe your way out? I mean, you're a briber. That's what you do.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up, Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win! A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants. for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
But the game right now is at the plate.
Armchair.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
I was on Happy Days for 10 years. I committed hubris. I thought not that I was great, but that it was such a big show and it was so international. It was everywhere. That I was going to go from mountaintop to mountaintop. I was going to beat the system.
Yep.
I looked down and there were grass stains on the knees of my jeans. It was very difficult to get hired as an actor. And I had no plan B. I had no idea how or what to do next.
Was the show being so syndicated everywhere on all the time, was that a reminder?
No, they did a good job of reminding me all on their own.
You're in Braves Country.
Welcome in Braves Country as we are, we're kind of sitting here waiting to see if there's any big splashes that happen. Until then, let's go ahead and go over the Braves starting lineup for tonight. We'll do all the numbers and everything right before the game. First pitch right here, 7:20 on Braves Country HD. Make sure to like and subscribe today. But tonight, lineup, well, more of the same. And I guess with the old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got the same exact lineup that you've had every day. I do find it interesting that Travis d'Arnaud is starting tonight and not Sean Murphy. So maybe Sean Murphy just needs a break. As far as I know, I'm going to kind of look around for that, but it's Travis d'Arnaud. But you get these dog days of summer, I'm totally fine with having d'Arnaud and Murphy kind of go back and forth. Because what at this point where we are adding in the standings, now granted we do want to win not just the division, but we want the very best record in Major League Baseball. But Murphy really hasn't been hitting that well. I think with the new base paths, the catcher, it helps a little to have a better defensive catcher back there, but folks are stealing on him as well. They're stealing on all catchers. So I don't know if it's really that necessary to have a great defensive catcher. That'll be interesting to see if that's a thing that plays out down the road where folks just start kind of abandoning the idea of having a great defensive catcher, because there are several throws this year that I've seen Sean Murphy make that last year he would have gotten them, and this year they're barely getting in. So they're getting a huge advantage with the new rules and the bigger bases. So that could play into it as well, but it could just be an old-fashioned he needs a day off, or let's start doing some maintenance. But Travis d'Arnaud is in there. Marcell Ozuna's been smoking hot, hit 4 home runs over the weekend. He's the designated hitter. And Rosario, who continues to be very hot or very cold, is number 7 in left field. Orlando's 8th and Harris's 9th. And, of course, the top 4 have not changed. It's ACUNA, Albies, Riley, Olsen, and then d'Arnaud, Ozuna, Rosario, RC, and Harris. Charlie Morton's on the bump tonight. Charlie Morton, I would suspect that he's going to pitch well. He kind of struggled a little bit in his last outing, and he doesn't tend – Charlie Morton, normally when he throws a dud, he finishes it up with something very sharp. So, and if you look at the line for tonight, the Atlanta Braves are big favorites once again, and why wouldn't they be? And they'll be going up against the Angels, who probably won't have OHTANI. They might have OHTANI in the lineup, but it's going to come down to like a game time decision on that one. He left yesterday's game because of cramps. Now, obviously, cramps are not anything that puts you out long term, but they may want to get him hydrated. He does only play the DH, but if they don't have OHTANI in the lineup tonight, big advantage for Atlanta. Because if you don't follow it, Michael Trout's been on the IL for 3.5 weeks, and he still has another they're expecting him back in about 3 weeks. So between that, Griffin Canning's on the mound, by the way, for the Angels, and he's a pretty good pitcher, but I do think that the Braves will get to him, and will be able to take advantage of the Angels bullpen once they get into that. I would kind of be a little shocked if Atlanta doesn't get a big win here tonight, because they are going into tonight after sweeping Milwaukee, starting to get back on that roll again. And usually when they get on a roll, they get on a roll. So we'll see how it plays out tonight, but I would suspect that they're going to go out there and have a very good night again tonight. And like I said, it's minus 212 now. It was minus 206 on the money line. So we'll have to see how it plays out, but I would think that they're going to be in a prime form and get the W tonight. I'll do my picks to click and everything else here in a little bit, but looking around too, you look at some of the props, if you're curious about that for tonight's game with Braves and Angels. So the run line is minus 110, and that's usually normally when you get a run line in Major League Baseball, which is normally minus 1.5 runs, you got to beat that run line. Typically, you get plus money. Well, this is minus 110, so that tells you once again where they think Griffin Canning is going to be able to adjust to the Braves lineup. I would suspect, because we don't have a lot of familiarity with him, that the first time through the lineup is going to be a little tough. But then after that, when they see him that second time, he's a guy that, if you look at his overall numbers, Griffin Canning is a solid pitcher. but he's got a 4.46 ERA. And a 4.46 ERA combined with the fact that he's a right-handed pitcher, the Braves have been roasting right-handed pitchers. Now we'll say this, he's got the strikeout pitch in his pocket. He's got 91 strikeouts through 84 innings. So that's impressive. But he's also given up 16 home runs. Now, if you want to compare that against Charlie Morton has only given up 10, and he has pitched almost 30 more innings. So that kind of tells you right there where the mindset is with the betting public, is the fact that they should be able to absolutely smoke them. Now, I hope Ohtani's in the lineup for all 3 games. I want to see him go up against the crafty Charlie Morton. And then who the hell doesn't want to see Shohei Ohtani tomorrow night versus Spencer Strider? I mean, come on. Let's go. I can't wait to see that matchup. So if we have to pick one or the other, let him sit tonight and let's get him in there tomorrow. And even if he doesn't start, he could always pinch hit. But I would really love to see the matchup between him and Morton, but even more so him and Strider. Spencer Strider is tomorrow night. Charlie Morton's tonight. And as of right now, it's Yanni Chirinos for Wednesdays. But that's assuming we don't make a move, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's a very good chance that Yanni is DFA'd. I think there's a very good chance that Yanni is put in the bullpen before Wednesday. He went out. If not, when you see Yanni go to the bump and you say, man, he's starting again today, remember something. Yanni on the mound is basically a glorified bullpen game. They hope to get 4 innings out of him. They hope to get through the lineup twice. But if you watched the game the other night or listened to it, you know that he's not blowing anybody away. Yanni Chirinos did what he was supposed to do. Went out there. Braves got the win. You love that. But he only made it about 4 innings. And the moment that lineup hit the bottom of the lineup the second time, because I thought they might let him go out there and try to finish the inning, they said, nope, you're out of here, my man. And he was gone. They did not want him seeing the lineup a third time. There were times where you're thinking to yourself, man, I don't even know if you want to see him see the lineup a second time, because he does not blow you away. He's got a very low 90s sinker. He's got an off-speed pitch that they were calling a slider that's really more of it's as opposed to a slider, it's almost like a slow splitter. And the second time through the lineup, they were tagging him. So we'll see what happens with Wednesday, but my guess is if we don't make a major move, or we can make a major move and he still has to pitch Wednesday, because you don't know how that'll line up. You could make a trade for a guy today, but if he just pitched yesterday or the day before, he's not going to be ready by Wednesday. And then at that point, you're going to have to make a decision. I think the next guy to be off the roster would probably be Hernandez. If y'all missed it last night, the Atlanta Braves did make a trade. They got the kid Lopez, Nicky Lopez. He's a backup infielder. He'll be coming over from the Kansas City Royals. And they traded Taylor Hearn for him. Taylor Hearn was being sent down to AAA, and they instead made the trade and moved him. Those corresponding moves, they DFA'd Charlie Culberson. We'll see if he makes it back around and gets into the system. We'll see how that plays out. But he is gone. AJ Smith-Shawver is gone. He's back down to the minors. And AJ Minter. So it's AJ for AJ. We get A period, J period back in the bullpen, and AJ SS, the SSAJ, heads back down to Gwinnett, where he'll continue to develop. I do think we'll see another start from Shawver. Probably not until September, but I do believe that we'll see another start or two for him towards the end of the stretch. Because you got to look at it. If the Braves make it all the way to, we'll say they have a double-digit lead and they have a comfortable lead middle of September, right? He'll probably get two starts to finish the season off. And you never know, he may be a guy that they pull out of the bullpen or an emergency start. The year we won it in 21, everyone remembers, nobody thought the two of the big keys to getting us through that World Series were going to be guys like Kyle Wright and Dylan Lee. And Dylan Lee is expected to be back pretty soon. His rehab is going well. So hopefully they get him back, and hopefully they get the entire team back here. Kyle Wright, it's sounding more and more like it's going to be sometime in September. We were hoping for mid to late August. It's looking more like September. Maybe it might even be middle of September. Kyle Wright may not be on the roster in October, because if he doesn't get back soon, you got to have the guy on the roster heading into September 1st. If he doesn't get back soon, they'll just be developing him to be ready for next year. Or if there were an injury, you could slide him in. But that's a lot of stuff to unpack right now. Tonight's game, the Braves heading into this. And, tomorrow, by the way, before I finish that thought, tomorrow is a pretty good pitching magic. Patrick Sandoval, you'll see his numbers. You won't be blown away by it. He's 6-7 with a 4.13 ERA against Strider, but he's a pretty crafty veteran pitcher. So that's not going to be an automatic W. And Wednesday, right now, it's Yanni, but it very well could be someone else. And we're going up against Lucas Giolito. So we don't see OHTANI in this rotation. I really wanted to see OHTANI pitch. I would have loved to have seen what he could do against the Braves bats, but we're going to miss him by about a day. But I would love to have seen that. But anyways, Lucas Giolito, if you remember the Chicago series, we missed Giolito in the White Sox series. Well, now we're going to get him after he's been traded to the Angels. So there you have that. And if you're looking at the standings and whatnot in Major League Baseball, the Braves come into tonight 11.5 in front of Miami, 12 in front of Philadelphia. So they're sitting pretty right now. And the Braves' magic number is now 47. 47. So 47 is the magic number, which sounds like a lot, but all that means is we need a combination of wins and losses by the Atlanta Braves and at this point the Miami Marlins, but you can also put Philadelphia Phillies in that mix as they're only a half game back. So 47, 46 on the Phillies. But 47 altogether is the magic number to win the division. And that could happen in a hurry. The Marlins, they've lost 6 of their last 10. The Phillies, they've lost 6 of their last 10. Braves have gone 6-4, but that was a very quiet last 10. The Braves have, if you look at it, we have a 65% winning percentage. So we're right on track. Remember, we started off kind of meh beginning of the season, and we have found a way to really turn it on from time to time. So if the Braves get hot here in this stretch, and we're going to go over their schedule real quick here in a second, but if the Braves get hot in this stretch, we could have that thing below 40 in about a week, because it's a combination of how many wins we get and how many losses they get. So let's go ahead and look at real quick. I like to do this on Mondays leading into the week, so you kind of have an idea of what your look ahead, your future. I hate saying future because it's really the future right in front of us, but what it's going to look like going forward here with the Atlanta Braves. And tonight, obviously, we've got the Angels. Tomorrow night, we've got the Angels. And Wednesday, we've got the Angels. Wednesday is a day game. Then we do get a day off, and I love that part because we're going to have 3 consecutive day games in Chicago. Now, our offense has kind of been quiet on day games, especially day games on the road in the week. But the fact that they are off, that they're getting an early day game on Wednesday, they're off on Thursday, and then they have a 2:20 start on Friday. There's really no excuses here. You got to go out there and play the damn games. We're going to go to Chicago for 3, to Pittsburgh for 4, and to the New York Mets for 4. One of those is a doubleheader. Saturday, August 12th, we'll carry both of those. The doubleheader against the Mets. So that's the immediate future for the Braves at the Cubs, at the Pirates, and at the Mets. Cubs are not going to be sellers. They may even be buyers. But Pittsburgh's going to sell if they can. New York is going to continue to sell if they can. And it's not like we're going to get an absolute nothing burger when we go into Pittsburgh and New York. But they're not adding reinforcements. So those are series that we should win. I'm not expecting us to go in there and just roll them up. But of the 8 games that we will play in Pittsburgh and in New York, I think it would be pretty reasonable to expect to win at least 5 of those, if not 6. It's a little tricky because of the one doubleheader. But I think that would be extremely reasonable to expect us to win 5 of 8 there. And you want to go into Chicago and win 2 of 3. So that takes you at what? 7 of 11. And then with the Angels, I always say I never project a sweep. So if we can get a series win there, 9-6 over our last 15. 9-6 over our last 15. Or next 15, excuse me. 9-6 would probably take your Atlanta Braves as we head into Monday, August 14th, so 2 weeks from today. You would probably be sitting there with a magic number somewhere in the mid-30s, mid to high 30s. Because after that, it gets a little more difficult with the teams that we play, but we do come home. This is going to be a long road trip that begins Friday. 3 in Chicago, 4 in Pittsburgh, 3 days, but 4 games in New York. That's going to be the toughest part of it because you're going to get to the end of a long road trip, dragging butt, and then you got a doubleheader thrown in there in August. One of them being a day game, obviously. So that's going to be a tough route. After that, we're going to come home and we're going to play the Yankees, who should still be in it. The Giants, who still should be in it. And then the Mets again. And then we'll go back out on another very tough road trip. And then after we get past this one road trip, the second road trip that's coming up, it gets a little more manageable. We are at San Francisco for 3, at Colorado for 3, which we always know, no matter how good or how bad Colorado is, when you play Colorado, as long as it's not cold out, which it shouldn't be at that time, your bullpen can get taxed. And this is before we get to the 40-man. And then we go and play the Los Angeles Dodgers August 31st, September 1st, which is when you can expand your rosters, and then September 2nd and 3rd. That's a tough, tough stretch. A tough, tough stretch where there is essentially one? Is that right? One? Yeah, one day off. And that plays into it. I know people think these guys going out there suiting up are just robots. And you're, you're getting paid to play a game. It doesn't matter. It's a taxing sport on the body day in and day out. You go out there with that many games in a row and you're only getting essentially one You got a doubleheader in that mix. This is starting this coming Friday. You have a doubleheader in that mix, and you've got 1 day off from August 4th, Friday, August 4th, this coming Friday, to Thursday, August 17th. Wow. That's tough to do to a team. That is so tough to do to a Major League Baseball team. I don't care how damn good you are. In August, in the heat, the dog days of summer, they're going to be begging for August 17th to come around, unless they get a rain out or two. But then you don't want that, because then you got to deal with that at the end if it means anything. Home field advantage, they won't go back and replay it. They'll go off a winning percentage. So that's tough. It's really tough. When we come off of that, we're going to come home, and it's going to get a lot, I won't say easy, but it's a pretty smooth week after that. I mean, you're playing St. Louis, who are sellers, and Pittsburgh, who are sellers at home. You're going to play Philly and Miami and Philly. 3 series in a row where you play Phillies twice. But if we have a big enough lead in the division, it's not going to realistically matter. And after all that crap that we have to deal with, the good news is we finished the season, the last, 10 games of the season, 7 of them will be against the Washington Nationals. Sandwiched in between that will be at home against the Cubs. But if the Cubs are not in it, then they'll be putting their scrubs out in it. If the Cubs are in it, they'll be fighting tooth and nail. But at that point, if the Braves have everything wrapped up, what does it matter? So that's what we're looking at there with the Braves in the very near future and all the way down the stretch. But this is a tough stretch of we kind of talked about this earlier in the year, but this is a tough stretch of the schedule. Basically, the month of August is going to be a bit of a grind, but if we can survive it, we play good baseball. Come September, especially that back half of the schedule, we should be able to start giving guys rest and get them ready for October. The game that we're going to be playing at that point, though, is, of course, last year, the whole rest versus rust, how much rest you want to give a guy. And that's just, I think that's an imperfect science. I think it's one of those things going to be an individual guy from a game-to-game basis. If you're looking at the teams that are chasing us. So I'm going to pivot away from Miami and Philadelphia. By the way, they start a series tonight. But I'm going to pivot away from them, and let's talk about the teams that are chasing us down right now. The main one would be the Baltimore Orioles. They are 4 behind us for the best record in baseball. This is what the Orioles have coming up against them. Tonight they're starting a series in Toronto, a 4-game series. That's not going to be easy. Then they'll be at home against the Mets. They should be able to take care of business there. At home against the Astros will be a little tough. Then they go out on the West Coast, and even though Seattle and Oakland are out of it essentially, and San Diego could be out of it at that point, they've got to go to Seattle, to San Diego, and to Oakland. And that is a tough stretch for young kids to go on a long road trip in the middle of August and expect to keep up the wins. They will then come home, and they do get a couple of days off during this, so that it's not quite as daunting a task as the Braves have. But they will come home and they'll play Toronto again. Then they get kind of an easy break in their schedule. They're home against Colorado, the White Sox. But then they got to go out west again. So an East Coast team is going to go out west for 5 series in about let's see, is that 11th through in about a month span. Essentially, about 20 of their games are going to be out west. They're going to go to Arizona and the Angels. Hopefully the Angels are still playing for something and they can help us out. They'll come home, but not yet, because they're going to fly back and they get a day off, but they're going to go to Boston. And that should be a big series for both teams. I would imagine Boston's still going to be in the playoff hunt. And then they come down the home stretch, and they'll be playing St. Louis, Tampa, who has their hands still in trying to win the division, Houston, Cleveland, Washington for a 2-game set. It's so weird they're playing a 2-game set on the final week of the season against a team that's not even in their division. And then 4 at home against the Red Sox. And if they have, let's say they have the division wrapped up, but they're still trying to chase this down for the best record, it really depends on if they think it's even remotely possible for it to happen for that kind of thing to go down. If you hit the last 4 games of the season and you've already put the division away, or you need a game or 2 to win to put the division away. And let's say you put the division away on that Friday. Traditionally, teams that clinch the next day, they get the day off because the guys go out and they raise cane, so they'll put the backups in. So I do like the Braves' chance to end up with the best record in baseball as long as we can get through this gauntlet that we're about to endure. As far as Tampa Bay, and they've been fading. I mean, Tampa Bay, we'll see what they do at the deadline, but they're not typically big buyers. They've lost 6 of their last 10. And they started out scalding hot, and now they're 20 games above 500. But they have been playing just good enough recently. They've got Toronto on their heels. They've got Boston. Boston's much further back. I don't think Boston can catch Tampa. But as far as the wild card goes in the American League, the Tampa Bay Rays are in pretty good position, but they've got a 6.5 game lead for 4 on Toronto, 4 on Houston, who have the last 2 slots for the American League wild card, and then Boston's 2.5 out, so 6.5 in front of the final odd man out, or the first team looking in. Yankees are 7.5 behind Tampa. And then the Angels, who come in tonight, take on the Braves. They are 8 games out. So with all that being said, Braves looking at where the Tampa Bay Rays are and the rest of their schedule, I still believe the team we have to worry about the most is Baltimore, but they have, without going through their entire schedule, they've got a pretty tough September. They got some pretty good. They've got Cleveland, San Francisco, and the Angels coming up. Then they come home against Colorado and the Yankees, who just have not been the Yankees this year. When you look into September, I think Tampa Bay is going to struggle. They're at Cleveland. They got 7 games back-to-back against Boston and Seattle. Then they go back out on the road and take on Minnesota and Baltimore, who right now lead their divisions. And then they come home, but they're going to be playing an Angels team who should be still fighting for their life. The Blue Jays the same. And then they have to finish their season off at Boston and at Toronto. I don't think Tampa Bay is going to be able to catch us. I worry about the Orioles, but I still believe that the Orioles will run out of gas. As a young team, there's a wall that they're going to hit. All right, let's go ahead and hit this up real quick. Braves and Angels tonight. First of all, I do believe the Braves are going to win this series. I'm not going to be as bold to say a sweep because they should win tonight. They should win tomorrow night with Strider and Morton going back-to-back against Griffin, Canning, and Sandoval. That's advantage Braves. Lucas Giolito goes Wednesday, and it being a day game, that could be tough. We should score runs, but if Yanni Chirinos is on the mound, who knows what the hell is going to go down. So I'll take the Braves to win the series, but I'll stick with the 2-1 because until I see for sure who we're going to end up sending out there for game 3, that could get tricky. I think they put up a lot of runs tonight. Let's see what the actual over under tonight is. It's got to be a high one. Yeah, it's 10. So 10 is your over under. I can see that being right about where it'll end up at. Give me the Braves to win this one. Morton on the mound. He should do well against. So he'll keep them along with the bullpen, keep them to 3. Give me a 7-3 victory for the Atlanta Braves. And as far as pick to click, you've got so many good options, but I think I'm going to go with Dan Olsen just hit 2 home runs last night. That's very tempting. Ronald Acuna Jr. has been on fire. That's tempting. They're all doing really well, except for the bottom half of our lineup, other than Michael Harris, has been scuffling. And even Ozuna. How about Ozuna? I mean, those 4 home runs. That's incredible. Man, Travis d'Arnaud. I'm not going to go to the well again with Travis d'Arnaud because I picked him the other day, and he hit 4 balls extremely hard. They were just all into the gloves of guys. And I don't like going back-to-back on a pick-to-click. So let me go. Man, you talk about a guy who's due to come out of his funk. Give me Ozzie Albies. Give me Ozzie Albies to finally get out of this funk. He's just been kind of scuffling around there. I know he hit the home run in Boston, but he's kind of been scuffling, and I'd like to see him do a little bit more. And I'll tell you what I loved about him yesterday. When he came flying out of the chute, when he hit that ball and got himself a double, he was motoring. There was no cruise control on Ozzie Albies. I want to see him. He doesn't even have to get a home run, but give me 2 bases, pick to click tonight. 7-3, sticking with that. We'll stick with Ozzie Albies, though I do think the Braves are just going to put up fireworks. I think you could almost throw a dart. Even Eddie Rosario might get into one tonight. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Tampa Tones is on the way. We're going to be talking Pittsburgh Steelers and Baltimore Ravens. We're doing their mini camps along with the MLB trading deadline. Also, quick note, the Chattahoots are in the playoffs Friday night. You'll be able to catch the Chattahoots play-by-play right here on WQEE, and we'll keep you up to date on that. They're playing the winner of tonight's game, so we'll know more about that tomorrow. But anyways, we will be back in a flash. Y'all keep it locked in here on the Key. Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Going to be right back talking some football and Major League Baseball trade deadline. I'm going to check and see if anything's new. We will be back on the other side. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Good Monday afternoon. Major League Baseball deadline for trades is tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage, keeping you up to date on today's show, tomorrow's show, along with the pregame show. We go live 3 to 5 every day right here on WQEE. Also tonight, Braves and Angels, 7:20 first pitch. Shohei Ohtani will make his long-awaited visit to Truist Park. Speaking of Major League Baseball, let's go ahead and go over the standings here on Monday. In the National League East, your Atlanta Braves, the best record in baseball, have an 11.5 game lead on the Miami Marlins, 12 on the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets are 18 back, Washington 24.5. NL Central, the Cincinnati Reds take a half-game lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cubs are just 4 back. Out west, Dodgers and Giants, along with Arizona, are going 3 wide into the corner, heading towards the backstretch. Dodgers have a 2-game lead on San Fran, 4 on Arizona. San Diego is 8 back. American League, Baltimore, a 1.5 lead on the Tampa Bay Rays. Toronto, 5.5 back. Red Sox are 8 back, and the Yankees in last place, 9 out of first. AL Central, Minnesota Twins, half-game up on Cleveland. And out west, Texas has a 1-game lead on Houston, 5 on the Angels. In the wildcard standings in the National League, it's San Francisco, Milwaukee, and Miami with the top 3 spots. Philly, a half game out. Arizona, 1. Cubs, 3.5. Padres, 5. And the Mets, 6.5 out. In the AL wildcard, you've got Tampa Bay with a 4-game lead for the top spot in the wildcard standings, with Toronto and Houston grabbing the last 2 slots. Boston, 2.5. Yankees, 3.5. The Angels are 4 back. The best record in Major League Baseball, the Braves have a 4-game lead over Baltimore, 5.5 over Tampa, 8.5 over the Dodgers, and the Texas Rangers. Pretty good slate tonight in Major League Baseball. It all gets going for us at 7:20. Charlie Morton versus Griffin Canning. Atlanta's minus 220 on the money line. Over-under is 10. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Please like and subscribe Braves Country HD today. Other games of interest around the league include 6:40 Eastern. The Phillies are at the Marlins. Taijuan Walker at Cabrera. It's a pick'em, over-under 8. Brewers at the Nats. Corbin Burns versus Irvin. Rays and Yankees in the Bronx. Glasnow versus Domingo Germán. Tampa Bay minus 150, over-under is 8.5. Orioles and Blue Jays, Gibson versus Bassett. The Reds and Cubs, Abbott versus Stroman. Chicago minus 120 in Wrigley. 8:05 first pitch, over-under 8. Guardians are at the Astros at 8:10, with Noah Syndergaard making his debut for Cleveland. Padres are at the Rockies at 8:40. Seth Lugo on the bump. Friars minus 205. Red Sox are at the Mariners, 9:40 first pitch, Pavetta versus Kirby. Late pitch tonight, the Giants host the Diamondbacks, should be a good one. San Fran minus 145 with Cobb and Nelson going head-to-head. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com/Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
ahead and start this off with little Brian Snicker and reactions to yesterday's W. And we're going to get into that right away as the Braves swept the Brewers. Big win, big series win, big series sweep. Exciting game yesterday if you missed that. But here are some of the guys. Here's Matt Olson he hit 2 home runs. He is catching fire. The whole team is really playing well the last few days.
Matt Olson, first of all, as a team, you guys hit 409 against this team that really doesn't give up many runs. Just how are you able to be so relentless offensively 1 through 9? It's crazy.
Just continue to do our daily work. Approach each day as its own. Kind of keep that same mentality. I think it helps when we just face them, so you're a little familiar with them. But they got some good arms there. We put together some good at-bats this series. It's a day-by-day thing. These guys are always in base in front of me, so they give me a bunch of opportunities. So, all thanks to them. We got a great group. We all love having fun. It makes it easier to ride the highs and get out of the lows. Everybody comes and works hard, and we have fun while we do it. It's a great environment.
So I don't think that gets talked about enough is the fact that this group is having fun. Now, obviously, wins create fun, but this team is having fun, and I don't think that they panic when they're having a couple of bad games. I know the fans do. The fans lose their mind, and you see it in the chat. You see everything where people are ready to sell the whole damn team off because we lose 2 games in a row or we have a bad inning. I mean, you got to take everything into perspective. This team is doing things the New Atlanta Brave team has ever done. Incredible team, but yes, you don't want to rest on your laurels. Okay, here is Brian Snicker on what Matt Olson has been doing.
You know what? It wasn't that bad out there. Humidity wasn't, that sun was hot, but it wasn't all that bad. It's been worse, that's for sure.
Your first baseman seems like a keeper.
Think?
What do you say about the season that guy's having?
No, it's amazing. He had a really good season last year. Yeah. I thought. Now he's been something else. No, it's like he was another one of those guys that not playing is not an option. He signed the contract to play the games, and thank God.
I think he said, I want to be a little bit more consistent. You look at his on-base percentage, I think it's 400 plus since then. The strikeouts are down, and the power has remained.
I know. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I can't say enough about him.
First inning thing is hard to put your finger on, but is there something to be said for just being ready to play and coming out of the gate fast and crediting the guys?
They guess that's as good as.
Yeah, so when you look at Matt Olson, what he's doing and what ACUNA is doing, there's a very good chance that we're going to end up with at least the top 3, if not the top 2 NL MVP vote getters. Now, for folks that haven't been paying attention, Freddie Freeman's been having a hell of a year too. So he may very well end up being 1 or 2. But ACUNA and Olson have got to be top 3 at this point. What ACUNA is doing, nobody's ever done. He's on pace to possibly hit about 35 home runs. And let's be honest, he could crack 80 stolen bases. And then on top of that, Olson is leading the league and is leading the National League in home runs. He is leading the NL in he could end up with about 55. What did I see? He's on pace for 55 home runs. And actually, yesterday, I think I should push it up to 56. 56 home runs and between 130 and 140 RBI. What? That's insane. All right, here is Snicker on the sweep of a very good Milwaukee Milwaukee Brewers team.
How big of a sweep was it for you guys to kind of come back after, I guess, the season?
I think they, it's a good win. There are 3 good wins against a really good club. And so it's good, kind of shot ourselves in the foot a couple of times today and just keep roaring back. I think it's just testament how these guys are. They're just, like I say, nothing phases them. They just started, every day, the new inning, we can put a bad inning behind us and win the next one. But it's good. It's nice to be a good club like this.
So I know the sky was falling. I know it was for me coming out of Boston. Go fly all the way up there and watch them lose 2 games. But hey, that's the risk you take when you're going to catch a series like that. But you come back, and the first game, happy to get that under our belt, and the offense was just absolutely clicking. We get to Sunday and jump out to that early lead, and honestly, AJ Smith-Shawver. See, where do I have that out? Let's listen to Snicker on AJ Smith-Shawver and realize these comments were made before they sent him back down to AAA, but you kind of get where his head's at.
Yeah, I mean, he just, he's got a great way about him. I love there's no panic in him. He just kept pitching. He got a little scattergun there for a while. But you know what? When he got into pitches and when he got them and everything flowed, it's pretty good. And, there's I think tremendous upside for him as he figures things out and, he's, with the stuff and just the whole game and, his delivery, the whole, as he figures things out. I mean, the kid's got a chance of having a really, being really good.
I felt like that he came in yesterday doing the game, watching it unfold. I felt like that entire thing was just nerves. I think he put a lot of pressure on himself because he'd been sent down. He's getting the one chance. He probably knew that there was a good chance he was getting sent back down with Max Fried on his way back. So he wanted to impress, and I think sometimes you put too much on it. But his fastball was hitting 97 in the early innings. He settled in a little bit and ended up going around mid-90s. But I think that was just to be able to control it. All in all, I thought he pitched pretty well. And he definitely has more impressive stuff, better stuff than like a Yanni Chirinos. That is no secret there. Long term, Shawver is going to be in the Atlanta Braves rotation as early as next year on a very regular basis. But he's got to keep putting the work in. The kid's got the stuff. He's just got to keep put the work in. Here's Brian Snicker on the first innings, the Braves leading the major leagues in runs scored.
Way to put it is any. I mean, they're ready to go. I guess that's a good thing, a good way to put that.
Leading off those first innings, he gets on, and then before you know it, he's on second.
No, yeah, and scoring. I mean, and it's. And they do that, and then all of a sudden you got that gauntlet coming back around in the second inning or, the meat of it in the third inning again, and it's just kind of relentless on that opposing pitcher.
And then the last one I'll play for you, Joe Jimenez. Mentioned this during the broadcast yesterday. I've been impressed by him the last 2 months. He's been lights out. His ERA was 0.9 coming into yesterday for the month of July. The month before it was sub 2. He's really starting to put it together, and you can tell that back injury is behind him.
Oh, huge as he's gotten himself going. I mean, it's now we got a lot of good options in that bullpen right now. So I think he's coming and peaking at the right time. That's for sure.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot to get into, a little time to do it. We'll be back. There's a lot going on here on Braves Country today. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback, the All-American man.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Welcome back, Braves Country. And joining us today, Tampa Tones. Tampa, how the hell are you, my friend?
Doing wonderful, brother. Battling just like my Cubs are, and I'm excited to say I will be first row at the ball game tonight, so very much so looking forward to that.
Oh, awesome. I know I saw it. Who are they playing tonight?
It's actually a good one. We got Andrew Abbott and the Reds coming to town. So,
oh, the Reds. Oh, that's huge.
It's going to be a big series. You know, there's going to be a lot of excitement in the air. And tonight, Abbott against Stroman. It doesn't get much better than that, although Stroman's been struggling. We'll see if he can bounce back.
What happens if you're sitting in the crowd, second inning, you see Stroman getting handshakes and he's leaving the game because he's been traded?
I think you'd hear I think an armchair quarterback would be out of commission of the show a little bit. You'd see a fan running on the field, and pretty good chances it'd probably be me.
So you're going into this series, man. That's going to be huge because you cannot lose this series.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to sweep it, but you've got to win at home against one of the teams you're trying to catch.
Absolutely.
Losing the series is not even an option. They lose the series, and you're like, what time is the game tomorrow? Is it a night game as well?
Yep, tomorrow is a night game.
I'm sure the Cubs would prefer to have that game during the day so they could have, because like, let's say, for instance, hopefully it doesn't happen, but let's say they go out and drop the first two, but the second game is a day game tomorrow. You're selling at the deadline, right? At that point, you're like, it's over. Let's approve the team. Now, I saw something. I can't remember I believe it was you sharing this. They're talking about there's a possibility that the Cubs, not only are they going to be holding on to, but maybe even re-signing or possibly even extending Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, it looks like there's a growing possibility and a pretty good possibility at this point in time that the Cubs not only hang on to Bellinger for this playoff run, but it sounds like they could be flirting towards an extension once the year concludes. I'd be interested to see what that looks like. I'm happy they're at least keeping him because they already rebuilt their farm system. It's not one of the best there is, but, they got some good prospects. We're the Cubs. You might as well go for it. The NL Central's there for the taking, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think you have to go out and have the best farm system. I think fans always get too into the weeds with that kind of stuff. First of all, it's all perception.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you talk about the farm system anywhere, it's all perception. Because just because someone is projected, that doesn't mean they've done a damn thing yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as long as you have some pretty highly rated guys, I think that's the key. So that if you do decide to get aggressive, you do decide to sell, you got something to sell. By the way, we took the break early, but it is 420. Smoke them if you got them.
Hell yeah.
All right. So we're sitting here 14 hours-ish from the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
What's the one move that the Cubs are going to make?
Well, I was already wrong, apparently. I tweeted at you that I thought they'd go after CJ Cron and a Brad Hand package, which I would have loved because the Cubs kind of do need that hitter that could play the hot corner, that could put the ball over the fence. McGee, I'm not ruling out a Brad Hand trade coming to Chicago. And another guy that I think is coming back, yes, that's right, Cubs fans, back to Chicago is former Cub Jmar Candelario. I think that's who we end up getting. Brad Hand, Jmar Candelario.
I like Candelario a lot. Watched him several times with Washington. There has been rumors he could be heading to Atlanta, but I don't see it. I think Atlanta is not going to go. First of all, it's a trade within your own division. That hardly ever happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they would ask too much. So I would tend to think that Candelario going to Wrigleyville would be a very good addition. For people who don't follow him, Candelario can play the corner infields, and he's got a stick. I mean, he really does.
And I would like it for his sakes too, McGee, because crazy how fast time goes. But 6 or 7 years ago now, the Cubs traded him to Detroit to try and bolster their roster to make a run. That's the year we acquired reliever Wilson and catcher Alex Avila from the Tigers, and we traded him Jmar Candelario. It would kind of be cool 6-7 years later to see him come back and help the Cubs make a run this time around. He was the guy we traded to make a run the first time around. It'd be cool if things came full circle and he came back to help us make a run in round 2.
Yeah, I don't even remember him being a Cub, to be honest. Did y'all lose in free agency? Did you trade him? How did that end up happening?
We traded him because we were going for it all. And at one point in time, he was a top 100 prospect. It was towards the back. It was only in the 90s. But he had some trading power, and that's where we got the Tigers closer at the time, Wilson, and their catcher, Alex Avila. Ultimately didn't do the Cubs that well, but we went for it, and we came up short.
Well, I think that would be a great addition. As far as arms, are you looking at anything like that?
Yeah, so a couple of guys came to mind if I'm a Cubs fan. I think that I want Brad Hand for the bullpen, left-handed arm reliever. He would come pretty cheap. If we're talking a couple of bigger names, again, I don't know how realistic this would be because it would be interdivision. But I would love a David Bednar from the Pirates, the closer. Again, as you said on Candelario to the Braves, I'm not sure if that'll happen because it's interdivision. I'm not sure if the Pirates will do that. But looking at more of a under-the-radar type move, just knowing the Cubs situation, because we do have Drew Smiley and Adrian Sampson. So if we wanted an older guy for a starter, I think we'd have that. But if they were looking around for a starter reliever package, not just a starter, but a starter reliever package, and say if San Fran is listening to offers, I would love an Alex Cobb and or Wood/Rogers package from the Giants. I think that'd be incredible. If we could just get one of Cobb and or Alex Wood and a Rogers, the reliever from the Giants, I think that could be a good little 2-for-1.
Well, I doubt the Giants are selling right now, though, right?
No, the only thing, it sounds like they're listening to some of their veterans. They're kind of like doing what the Guardians are trying, it sounds like. I'm not really sure. Yeah, again, I'm not sure if the Giants...
Buying and selling at the same time, trying to get more control.
That's what it sounds like they're going to try and do, which, the Giants have done pretty good at staying afloat to date. So I wouldn't be shocked. But at the same time, like you said, you never know. They're right there. So, it could be one of those things where they keep adding and subtracting simultaneously.
We're going to revisit this here in a second. I've got a starting pitcher that I want the Braves to have. I've got a bat, and I've got a reliever. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get into our mini camp, as today we are heading to Pittsburgh and Baltimore. So I'll let you take it away, Tones. Tell us about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, the thing I like about the Steelers, McGee, which a lot of people seem to overlook, is they actually have a little bit of a youth movement going offensively on the offensive side of the football. Yes, this is the Steelers we're talking about, a team that's historically built on defense. But when you look at them offensively, a lot of their star power and a lot of their starters are young. You have Kenny Pickett entering year number 2. That's incredible. You have Najee Harris entering year number 3. Deontay Johnson on his rookie deal. George Pickens still on his rookie deal. Pat Freiermuth starting tight end on his rookie deal. Drafted a rookie tight end in Darnell Washington. And then their offensive line got younger as well. And then on top of all those young guns, Jaylen Warren, you could add to the mix as well. Running back. He in his second year now, I believe. So very much so a youth movement over there. You add in the veterans on like an Allen Robinson and like a Miles Boykin, very effective on that side of the football. When you have that good of a youth movement, you bring in a guy like A-Rob and Boykin. So they're really trying to surround Pickett with some veterans to shore up the youth, but at the same time, they're right there, man. They got a lot of good young offensive weapons. And defensively, you got your veteranship, your good star-studded veterans. You got your Minkah Fitzpatrick. You got your TJ Watt. You got your Cam Hayward. You got your core 3. Then they did an incredible job of adding a couple star power type players. Rookie Joey Porter Jr. staying in the state of Pennsylvania. If you guys remember, he went to Penn State. Man, did I love him at Penn State. He's just a ball player. He plays real tough. Added veteran Patrick Peterson, which to me is a really good move. They added veteran Marcus Goldson, who's an edge rusher, and then big Larry Ogunjobi they brought in as well. So to me, McGee, he's from Cleveland and Cincy, and then 1 year under Pittsburgh. Between this year and last year, they've brought in so many big names, so much star power, whether they're young guys or veteran guys. Their division's really hard to compete with this year. I get that. But Steelers fans are trying their best to not only say, hey, we're not going to give up on this year, but they're building the foundation for years to come simultaneously. So a team like the Steelers, led by Coach Mike Tomlin, that's really never too underwhelming of a franchise. Yeah, they're probably the long shot favorites to win that division this year, but they are trying to make subtle moves here and there, like an Allen Robinson, like a Miles Boykin, drafting Joey Porter Jr., going ahead and getting guys like Patrick Peterson, retaining a Larry Ogunjobi. They're trying their best forefront to compete for this year at the same time. I'm not expecting them to blow the world away this year by any means, but I am expecting them to compete. I'm expecting them to have one of those Mike Tomlin nitty and gritty type years. And by the way, backup quarterback, just in case, they did retain guys like Trubisky and Rudolph. Kenny Pickett went down last year. Trubisky was able to beat the Bucs. They have continuity in that quarterback room. They have continuity with the head coach position. They got a new offensive coordinator to shake things up. I think the Steelers might be a little bit better than people are expecting this year.
All right, so the Steelers come in. Their over/under win total this year is 8.5. Where do you have them finishing this year?
Man, I thought I'd be over it. That to me is a little high. I know I just talked them up. I know I said look for them to be competitive, but to me, McGee, when you got a division with Cleveland, Cincinnati, Baltimore, that ain't no tough task. I had them getting right around 7 to 8 wins, and I thought that'd be an uplift in season for them. But for that reason, I'm gonna have to go with their under.
So is it 7 wins? Is it 8 wins? What are we talking about?
I'll go ahead and give them the 8 and 9 label. I'll label Pittsburgh a tough 8 and 9.
Okay. It's hard for me to give them a losing record because Tomlin always finds a way to win.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, on paper, I have to go lower because I just don't think they're going to be that explosive. I still think Kenny Pickett is probably a year away from really being what you would consider like a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's got enough weapons on that offense, and the defense, they're going to have to win some ugly games. But I believe in Tomlin, so I'm going to give him 9 and 8. and we'll see where that puts them as far as the playoff. It's probably going to put them just on the outside on the outside looking in. But I guess I'm going to go 9-8. I don't know how they're going to get there other than the fact that they've got Mike Tomlin and the other team doesn't.
Yeah, and that's true. Anytime you have Mike Tomlin, it's a good day to be a football fan, and the Steelers can continue right there with Mike Tomlin. So I think they're doing good in that department. I think that's why they'll continue to fight hard every year.
So then we head on to the Baltimore Ravens. And by the way, we will be doing the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cleveland Browns on Thursday. So, but let's head on to the Baltimore Ravens. It's got to be the favorite to win this division at this point, right? With the injury news with Joe Burrow. They're still real tight-lipped about it, but something's not right. That's all I can tell you. What you know good on the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, the Joe Burrow thing's interesting, right? But that's for another day. But I agree with you. They're keeping it a little tight-lipped. They're keeping it a little shady. So that's something to look out for over there. When you look at the Baltimore Ravens, McGee, talk about continuity. They are building on continuity. And for once, they're adding weapons for Lamar Jackson, which I love. Last year, they drafted tight end Isaiah Likely. You know, they added some guys. They drafted some guys. Nothing over the top, though. You were like, come on, when is this team really going to build for Lamar? They had another winter where Lamar was seen injured and missing some games. But now you look at this Ravens offense, and to me, it's really built well for them this season, especially if, like you said, Burrow is going to miss more time than expected. J.K. Dobbins, although he's coming back from injury, a little banged up, they got Gus Edwards. They brought in Melvin Gordon, and they still have Justice Hill. Incredible running back depth there. Quarterback depth, they're very deep. They have Tyler Huntley, who, although it was bull crap, played and participated in the Pro Bowl last year. Josh Johnson, they retained, and Anthony Brown as well. Both of those quarterbacks, Anthony Brown started games for the Ravens last year. So really good job there of keeping continuity. You got Lamar, Huntley, and Anthony Brown. Josh Johnson started a playoff game for San Fran last year. So they're deep at the quarterback position just in case Lamar does go down. Then wide receiver finally beefed up a little bit. They brought in Odell Beckham Jr., they brought in Nelson Aguilar, and they drafted Zay Flowers. So those are three big moves, in my opinion, to help really fortify this offense, because even if Lamar can't get it there throwing necessarily, even if he doesn't have the greatest at throws all the time, adding all those weapons creates more running lanes, whether it's Lamar Jackson, J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, or Melvin Gordon, you name it. When you have an Odell, a Zay Flowers, and a Nelson Aguilar stretching the field, yeah, it's going to open more and more lanes for Baltimore to run. So I really like what they did offensively. I think their O-line is still good enough as well to compete. They got Ronnie Stanley, left tackle, Tyler Linderbaum, one of the better centers in the game, out there as well. Then you look defensively, and I think they did some good things this year. They brought in Rocky Sin, the former Colton Raider, as a free agent. Again, they just brought in Roquan Smith last year, so that was huge for them. Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Hamilton. Hamilton was a huge draft pick this year. Marcus Williams, Tyus Bowser, Patrick Queen. They have a lot of young, powerful, star-studded names on that defense. A lot of people might think, oh, you know, their defense isn't as familiar as before. Well, you're going to get to know these guys, and you're going to get to know them quick. A lot of young star power over there. I'm really impressed at how they were able to redraft and retool that defense with young guys. And then, special teams, you still have the best kicker in NFL, if not in NFL history, Justin Tucker, to lead the way for them. And then you got a really good returner as well, who is having an incredible year last year before getting into some concussion trouble. Devin Duvernay, he had a couple kick return touchdowns last season. So I'm just really impressed with the totality of Baltimore's continuity, star power, and a mix of their young guns in the realm of things.
All right, their over-under is 10.5 victories. How do you have them finishing this year?
I got them with 12 to 13 wins. I'm going to go with 12 wins for the Ravens. I like their over.
So you're going 12-5. Wow. All right. I'm going to go the other direction. I'm going to go just a hair under at 10-7. I think this division is going to get really mucky and muddled, and the winner of and they could very well win the division with 10 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think that I still have got to see this where Lamar Jackson turns into a quarterback and not just a glorified running back with a really strong arm that's incredibly inaccurate. So I'm looking at the fact, passing wise, I still think they have the worst quarterback in the division. Now, talent, he's up there with Burrow. But I think Deshaun Watson is going to take a step forward this year. I think he was last year's essentially a throwaway year. He better for all the money they spent on him, right? If what Deshaun Watson did last year is his ceiling, they got problems in Cleveland. When Burrow is healthy, if he's healthy, but assuming he's healthy at some point in the season, that's the best quarterback in the division, right?
Yeah.
And I just have a hard time seeing them rattle off the wins that they've won in the past, but the 12-5 wouldn't shock me. I'm just hedging my bet that I think that it's a pretty tough division and they're going to kind of like knock each other off.
Yeah, and that's why the Steelers win under total was a little high to me as well. For that exact reason, I think it's going to be a battle of these four, and it always seemingly is.
And looking at their schedule, I see like road bumps when they got to go to Jacksonville and San Francisco back-to-back games. They're going to play Tennessee and London. That's always a funky game, right? Having to go to London. Like who knows what team's going to show up there? What they're hoping is when they go to Cincinnati in September week 2, the Joe Burrow's still out.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can do that, if they can face him with Joe Burrow still being out, they're going to have a leg up on that division. See, the second time they meet is when middle of the season, November 16th. But I almost said 11-6, but I know they made such a big deal about going out and getting those receivers for Lamar. He's still Lamar Jackson. He still can't. There's a reason why Marquise Brown wanted the hell out of there. So, what's this trade that you just put in the chat?
The Rays appeared to finally make a move, and they acquire Guardians starting pitcher Aaron Civale, who's had a 2.34 ERA so far this season. It doesn't come cheap, as they do give up one of their best prospects and one of the better first base prospects in all of baseball, and Kyle Manzardo, top 40 in all the MLB, according to MLB.com. So pretty big trade there for the Guardians and the Rays.
I am fascinated that the Rays keep trying to make moves for pitching when their hitting is just atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what? And look, Civale is a solid starting pitcher, and I know he's having like a career year. I get that part of it, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that Aaron Civale plays in the AL Central.
Mm-hmm.
What's he going to do? I'm just saying, come October, he's going to make you nervous.
I don't disagree with you there. And to me, the interesting is, McGee, I wonder if their approach, I know they've done it year after year now, but I do wonder if their approach might have changed if they didn't lose Rasmussen in the Springs. But at the same time, you know, they just need a hitter still, even without those guys, more than a starting pitcher, seemingly. But I do like the move for both of these teams.
You know where I see them? I'll tell you what, let's take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll talk some trade chatter because remind me when we come back, we'll lead off with who I think that would help them a great deal when it talks about Tampa Bay offense. And I got my list of Braves that I want to see head to Atlanta. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country as we wrap this puppy up, heading to the top of the 5 o'clock hour of the Brian Snow Show.
What delay industries?
No. Bear delay! Say bear delay!
Now you're way off.
Well, yeah, that's the right number, but this isn't an apartment.
Yeah.
What?
Bear delay! Say
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores, and make contact.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American. Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like
Welcome back.
Every wife could kill. Because he's the Armchair Quarterback. He's full of beer, and he's full
And
of
if we
snacks.
lose you,
The All-American.
once again, you see how dark it is in the studio, Jones? My windows are wide open.
Oh, man.
It is Florida. It is almost August, and that means it's going to rain. A little bit of sideways rain, a little bit of upwards rain.
It's coming.
Yeah. So that's what we got going on. Hopefully, everything will keep rolling, and we got first pitch at 7:20. The weather is supposed to be out of here by first pitch, but so if we do lose you, we will start the feedback up. But WQEE needs like basically the equivalent of you would need like an audio style, but do you remember the old Simpsons when they would show the television station having some kind of like random thing happen, and they would just put a technical difficulty up there, and they would show like it was obviously a cartoon because the Simpsons, but they would show a guy sitting there with like a bottle, and he's all drunk, cameraman kind of thing. It would just say technical difficulties, all misspelled. That's what we need, that kind of thing going on with our show if the power goes out. So I don't know how to do that on their end, but that's what we got going on. It is
Have a picture of Bobby the Kid pop up.
It is coming. It's coming down bad, man. Woo! Hot coffee coming in. All right, let's get back into it. Okay. First of all, I got a guy that will fix the Rays offense to a degree. Either one of them come from the same team. I think it'd be a cheap trade too. I don't think they have to give too much because this team has gone all selling. Tommy Pham is having a hell of a year, and Mark Kanya is having a pretty good year as well.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I would rather have Mark Kanya because he has a little more pop. But either way, I think that would help out the Tampa Bay Rays.
I think both of those guys would as well, and I think either one of them would be a good ad. Both of them would be even better. But yeah, I think neither of those guys would be overly expensive either, especially Tommy Pham, as he's on a 1-year contract and he's an older player.
I don't know if you could hear that, but that was a loud thunder crack.
I heard that one. I was like, either someone's hungry or the weather's bad.
Little bit of stinging rain. So I like that. Now, as far as the Braves, all right, I'm going to throw some names at you. All these guys are on the trade block. These are the ones that I like that are a little more realistic. You know, can we stop it with the go get Justin Verlander? Go spend $60 million to bring in a guy when we won't spend $14 million to go spend $60 million on a pitcher for a year and a half when we wouldn't give Dansby Swanson and $25 million a year, right? Come on, get the hell out of here. All right, Erod is the one that I like the most because I do think he's going to opt out. He has a player option at the end of this year that he can pick up for 3 years. I think it's worth $45. He's not opting back in unless he blows his arm out. He's not opting back in. So I like Erod a lot. Brings you a left-hander, brings you a guy with a lot of playoff experience from when he was in Boston. But I think the more realistic one, so that's my pie in the sky guy. There's two more realistic ones that I like. I like Paul Blackburn from Oakland. He still has 2 years of control left. Or Michael Lorenzen would be the least desirable, but he's a solid innings eater. None of these guys are going to do anything in October except for Erod, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these are guys to get us to the finish line, to get Kyle Wright healthy, to keep Strider and Morton and Max Fried healthy. That's what I'm looking at. Other teams have other things going on, and the wind's whipping too. I don't know if you heard that. That sounds like Tornado Alley coming through here. So if I die, how's that song go? If I die young, I guess for me to die young, I would have had to have done it a long time ago. Relievers. My favorite one on the market would probably be Paul Sewald from from the Mariners. But there's a couple others. By the way, Mitch Keller would be a phenomenal ad, and I know people have talked about it, but I think he would cost so much because of the control that he has left. I think he's got 2 more years after this one, and he's been phenomenal for Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh goes into the offseason, tries to move him when everybody's bidding on him, not just 10 teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Paul Sewald would be my favorite. I like Alex Lang a lot out of Detroit as a reliever. Bednar would be phenomenal, but once again, same situation. They've got control of him for this year, and then I think it's 3 more years after that. So if you get him, what do you have to spend to get him? And then every year when he hits arbitration, his number is going to go up and up and up. So I don't know how realistic that is for Atlanta. Other teams may go all in like that. I just don't see Atlanta doing it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
This guy, I've been mentioning him a lot last few weeks, and I just think he's more realistic. Scott Barlow. He's got good stuff. He's got terrible numbers this year. He's also been playing for Kansas City. Change of scenery. We could see him. His velos there. All the numbers suggest that he's had some somewhat bad luck. Also, a lot of the numbers point to the fact that their defense isn't very good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I like him. Also like Jose Cisnero from Detroit. The one bat. I talked about really wanting DeYoung, but I don't know if how realistic that is. So give me one bat. If I can pick one bat, let's go back. Let's run it back, and let's go get Adam Duvall. Because I don't think Jock Peterson's going anywhere. And I know Jorge Soler's not going anywhere.
I agree with that. I don't think Soler is going anywhere for sure with the Marlins. Thinking at least they're in it, so.
All right, what are your thoughts on just that, but also the rest of the trade market?
Yeah, I agree with you mainly on the front of the Braves. I mean, the other thing with the Braves is they're already the best team. They're going to obviously look to acquire some pieces, but to me, they don't have to do anything over the top. They don't have to do anything too cute. I think a couple lower end pieces here or there would be phenomenal for them. Yeah, a Lang would be nice as long as they don't have to give up anything breathtaking, as would a Barlow, as you mentioned, and even a Bednar, as long as you don't have to bend the knee. But with that being said, I think regardless of what that division does at the deadline, regardless of what they do, the Marlins do, and all the other squads, the Phillies included, it's theirs to lose, and they got such a big lead. I mean, they could acquire some depth and be just fine. I would like the Braves, though. If I could make a move for the Braves, I think a reliever and a starter would be a nice little package. If you could get a mid bullpen guy and a back of the rotation starter, I think that would be a good move. Now, how they do it, how they go about doing so, that'll be interesting. I heard maybe some guys like a Dylan Cease are available, but you're going to have to give up a ton for that. I see the Braves settling.
I mean, that's the problem with him is it's not like this is his walk year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look, he's pie in the sky to me. I would love, don't get me wrong, I would love to have Dylan Cease, but what are we going to have to give to get him?
Mm-hmm.
So when people say, don't you want Dylan Cease? I go, no. It's not that I don't think he's a phenomenal pitcher. He really is. He's very good. But what are we going to have to give up? And I'm okay with giving up Vaughn Grissom. I'm okay with giving up Michael Soroka. But I don't want to screw up the core that's already up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to go, hey, won't you hand us Michael Harris? Won't you hand it? And no, that's not happening. So what are we going to give? And people are talking kooky duke stuff on Twitter yesterday. They were, I'm sorry, is it called X now? Or is it X marks the spot? The hell is that crap they've come up with? By the way, as smart as Elon Musk is, he is absolutely awful at knowing how or hiring someone. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he's doing it himself. Dude, get a better PR system going on.
Mm-hmm.
You are just spitting the bit. It's still a solid product that everyone's going to go to. What do they say? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Correct.
Quit fixing it. This X thing, I thought it was something temporary. Then I found out this morning. No, he's going to that permanently.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a quick little Brussels as well. I thought that he just
had something to do with the SpaceX going up in, right? I thought it was, we're flying today, so we're turning it into X. I'm like, it's annoying, but okay.
I agree. Yeah, I thought, they were just going to do one of those things where they were thinking about it and maybe down the road, but hey, he moved it to X and he moved it there quickly.
And it's a black X too, so it's not even the same color scheme as Twitter used to be with the light blue and the white.
Exactly. Yeah, something interesting there for sure.
If I had the capital to run and build a rival, I would see what are the chances that I could make because he's changed his logo. Can I go steal that logo or get something that looks really close to it? People would flock to you.
Yeah, because a lot of people love the little birdie, right, wrong, or
it's
indifferent.
15 years they've had that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So stupid. Anyways, back to the rest of the story. Some of these guys that people are asking about, I just think they're unrealistic. Look, I even like Giovanni Gallegos from the Cardinals, but once again, are they going to pay? He's been kind of up and down his whole career, and he does have a club option. What is it, 5.5 for next year?
Mm-hmm.
And another club option for 25. But I don't see him being a target. I would just be shocked if he was.
I agree with that. Like you alluded to, the Tigers, I think that could be a good match for the Braves. I mean, I think a Lorenzen and a laying package would really, solve a lot of their, not problems because they're so great, but it would solve a lot of their depth, maybe a couple thinness here and there. And then at the same time, the Tigers probably wouldn't really mind giving up a Lorenzen or a Lang because those are replaceable cats. I mean, I know Lorenzen's an all-star and Lang's been pitching well this year, but it's not like they'd be giving up some of their future guys like Riley Green or those types. So
I'll tell you another guy that I really like if they want to go to the other side of the mound, the left side of the mound, Brent Suter from Colorado, who used to be a Milwaukee Brewer. I like him a lot too. I'll tell you what, he could be a landing spot for your Cubs too, because I was doing some research today. He's from Chicago.
And there was a little rumor that the Cubs might be looking into Sutter as well. I'm not sure how deep that is or whatnot, but I heard his name float around the Cubs rumor mill as well.
Yeah, I think Kenyon Middleton is an interesting one to me for the White Sox because I've always thought he's had pretty good stuff. And his numbers aren't terrible this year, but they don't blow you away. But that would be an interesting piece.
And, I mean, the Sox still have a ways to go. They've done a nice job of trading some guys so far, but they still have a lot of meat on that bone they could shave off. So they're going to be
White Sox, the Cardinals, I expect the Mets. I expect them all to be shucking and jiving towards the deadline.
Yeah, to me, if you're the Mets now, you put your foot over the line. If you didn't trade Scherzer, that's one thing. But now that you did, you got to go all in to me.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to trade Verlander because of the stuff that I laid out in the first hour, just all the technical problems with his contract. But if you could somehow get him off the books, that would be the step in the right direction. To me, if you're the Mets and you've traded Scherzer to get Acuna's little brother, who, by the way, it's not like he's 17, he's 21. He's good, but I don't think he's his brother, right? Although, man, does he look like him. Have you seen his profile picture? He is a dead ringer. I mean, looks just like Ronald. But even though he's solid, he doesn't have the pop that Ronnie has. But if you're going to do that, you're going to get rid of Scherzer, pay half his salary to get a solid top 100 prospect, right? Tear the whole damn thing down. Do an actual rebuild. Don't try to do this and then reload next year. No. Do an actual rebuild. Take a step back. Show the fans, hey, we tried it this way. It didn't work. So now we're going to try to do what the Cubs did years ago, what the Astros did, what the Braves did. It all reaped championships. If I'm a Mets fan, at that point, I'm like, you know what? Let's just sell.
Yeah.
Lock down Alonso. Keep him. I think you got to keep him. But sign Alonso. You're stuck with the shortstop.
Lindor.
$300 million. You're stuck with that. But rebuild and get younger everywhere else. What is your walk-off? We got a jam.
My walk-off will be my lock. Cubs straight up, -120 home against the Reds tonight.
And so my walk-off will be Braves, Angels tonight. Maybe get some Shohei OHTANI in there. Maybe get a Braves win. 7:20 first pitch. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM. If you're listening on the radio, Brian Snow Show is next. And we'll be back tomorrow live 3 to 5 as always. Find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Have a great one, Tones. We will see you. When's the next time you're back?
Friday, sir.
Friday. The hell, man? I need to get that damn schedule. Monday and Friday? What the hell's that about? Who do you know that gave you such a good schedule?
I think you.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll be back in a little bit, y'all. Go Braves.
Go Braves.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. of 500. But they have been playing just good enough recently. They've got Toronto on their heels. They've got Boston. Boston's much further back. I don't think Boston can catch Tampa. But as far as the wild card goes in the American League, the Tampa Bay Rays are in pretty good position, but they've got a 6.5 game lead for four on Toronto, 4 on Houston, who have the last 2 spots for the American League wild card, and then Boston's 2.5 out, so 6.5 in front of the final odd man out, or the first team looking in. Yankees are 7.5 behind Tampa. And then the Angels, who come in tonight, take on the Braves. They are 8 games out. So with all that being said, Braves looking at where the Tampa Bay Rays are and the rest of their schedule, I still believe the team we have to worry about the most is Baltimore, but they have, without going through their entire schedule, they've got a pretty tough September. They got some pretty good. They've got Cleveland, San Francisco, and the Angels coming up. Then they come home against Colorado and the Yankees, who just have not been the Yankees this year. When you look into September, I think Tampa Bay is going to struggle. They're at Cleveland. They got 7 games back-to-back against Boston and Seattle. Then they go back out on the road and take on Minnesota and Baltimore, who right now lead their divisions. And then they come home, but they're going to be playing an Angels team who should be still fighting for their life. The Blue Jays the same. And then they have to finish their season off at Boston and at Toronto. I don't think Tampa Bay is going to be able to catch us. I worry about the Orioles, but I still believe that the Orioles will run out of gas. As a young team, there's a wall that they're going to hit. Let's go ahead and hit this up real quick. Braves and Angels tonight. First of all, I do believe the Braves are going to win this series. I'm not going to be as bold to say a sweep because they should win tonight. They should win tomorrow night with Strider and Morton going back-to-back against Griffin Canning and Sandoval. That's advantage Braves. Lucas Giolito goes Wednesday, and it being a day game, that could be tough. We should score runs, but if Yanni Chirinos is on the mound, who knows what the hell is going to go down. So I'll take the Braves to win the series, but I'll stick with the 2-1 because until I see for sure who we're going to end up sending out there for game 3, that could get tricky. I think they put up a lot of runs tonight. Let's see what the actual over under tonight is. It's got to be a high one. Yeah, it's 10. So 10 is your over under. I can see that being right about where it'll end up at. Give me the Braves to win this one. Morton on the mound. He should do well against. So he'll keep them along with the bullpen, keep them to 3. Give me a 7-3 victory for the Atlanta Braves. And as far as pick to click, you've got so many good options, but I think I'm going to go with Dan Olsen just hit 2 home runs last night. That's very tempting. Ronald Acuna Jr. has been on fire. That's tempting. They're all doing really well, except for the bottom half of our lineup, other than Michael Harris, has been scuffling. And even Ozuna. How about Ozuna? I mean, those 4 home runs. That's incredible. Man, Travis d'Arnaud. I'm not going to go to the well again with Travis d'Arnaud because I picked him the other day, and he hit 4 balls extremely hard. They were just all into the gloves of guys. And I don't like going back-to-back on a pick to click. So let me go. Man, you talk about a guy who's due to come out of his funk. Give me Ozzie Albies. Give me Ozzie Albies to finally get out of this funk. He's just been kind of scuffling around there. I know he hit the home run in Boston, but he's kind of been scuffling, and I'd like to see him do a little bit more. And I'll tell you what I loved about him yesterday, when he come flying out of the chute, when he hit that ball and got himself a double, he was motoring. There was no cruise control on Ozzie Albies. I want to see him. He doesn't even have to get a home run, but give me 2 bases, pick to click tonight. 7-3, sticking with that. We'll stick with Ozzie Albies, though I do think the Braves are just going to put up fireworks. I think you could almost throw a dart. Even Eddie Rosario might get into one tonight. All right, let's take a quick break.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Los Angeles Angels, playing second base, Luis Rengifo, 9 homers, 32 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .228. Shohei Ohtani is the designated hitter, 39 home runs leading the major leagues, 81 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .302. CJ Cron, the first baseman, with 11 home runs, 32 RBI, and a .260 average. Moniak is in center field with 11 homers, 35 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .321. Hunter Renfroe is the right fielder with 17 homers, 47 RBI, and a .256 average. Mike Moustakas comes in with a .267 clip, 9 homers, 30 RBI. Randall Grichuk, 8 homers, 27 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .308. He and Cron recently acquired in a trade from the Colorado Rockies. Nato is at shortstop with 8 homers, 28 RBIs, 5 stolen bases, batting .251. And Wallach is behind the plate with a .196 average, 6 homers, 12 RBI. And he'll be catching tonight Chase Silseth, 2-1 with a 4.44 ERA, a 1.48 whip, 24 1/3 innings pitched, 21 hits allowed, 25 strikeouts, 15 walks, and 4 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Charlie Morton, who's 10-8 with a 3.57 ERA, 1.42 whip, 113 innings pitched, 110 hits allowed, 120 strikeouts, 51 walks, and 10 home runs given up. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, in right field, 24 home runs, 61 RBIs, 51 stolen bases, batting .335. It's Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll be followed up by Ozzie Albies, who's playing second and batting second with 24 homers, 74 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .258. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 24 homers, 64 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .275 average. Matt Olson comes in leading the National League with 35 home runs, 88 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .259 average. Batting fifth behind the plate tonight, it's Travis d'Arnaud, 9 homers, 25 RBI, and a .265 average. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter, 22 home runs, 49 RBI, a .236 average. Eddie Rosario will be in left field with 16 homers, 48 RBI, a stolen base, and a .249 average. Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, 10 homers, 36 RBI, a stolen base, batting .298. And Michael Harris II, 9 homers, 28 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .275. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it'll be Chad Fairchild. At the first base bag, Nick Lentz. Second base will be manned by Jeremy Rehak. And down the third base line, it's Charlie Ramos. Expecting temperatures in the high down to the mid-80s here at Truist Park, which holds 41,149. Atlanta is minus 220 on the money line. Over under is 10. Atlanta Braves come in 67-36 on the year, 35-19 at home, while the Los Angeles Angels, who are right in the thick of the AL wildcard race, they are 55-51, 26-28 on the road. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Angels as La La Land heads to Dixie, a showdown with the most exciting players in Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani versus Ronald Acuna Jr. Game 1 of a 3-game set. We'll have them all. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Welcome in, welcome in Braves Country Baseball. Trying to get everything set for you as far as the scoreboard goes and everything, as we are just about set for Braves Country Baseball. The Los Angeles Angels are wearing their road red uniforms with the gray pants, Angels across the chest, Braves with their classic home look of the white unis top to bottom, Braves across the chest, tomahawk down below. Red in front, numerals in back are in red, and the names are in navy with the navy hats, red bill, and the white A across the front. Atlanta Braves come into tonight's action 12 in front of Philly, 11.5 in front of the Marlins, and they are squaring off tonight. So they've got a series, so we can do nothing but win as long as we win. We can gain on one of them, get even closer. The magic number, if you missed the pregame show, is 47. And it is about that time. It's baseball time in Braves Country, and the first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton. Way outside, wide to Rengifo. Fastball misses wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. 94 just misses the paint. Outer edge, 2-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Standing on deck is Shohei Ohtani. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field. It's going to go, bounces off the wall and over the wall, and it is a solo shot by Rengifo to start the game. Just got over the wall. It hit the very top of the wall. Ronald Acuna Jr. was rounding around trying to play it off the carom, but it hit the very top of the wall and took a bad bounce as it went over. So 1-0 Angels as they put whatever that is on their head, some kind of Viking thing on their head for their celebration. The first pitch on the way to Shohei Ohtani is over the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Quickly back to work. The 0-1 pitch to Ohtani. Curveball just clips the outer edge. Home plate umpire Chad Fairchild says he didn't hit it, but it looked like it did. 1-1. The 1-1 from Charlie, working fast. In the dirt, almost gets him. Bends out. No, he's going to say it did get him. Not sure about that. We'll have to see the replay. If it did, it wasn't much of a hit because it skipped in the dirt first. So it looks like Ohtani will head down to first, and Charlie Morton, that back foot curveball, yeah, it hit him. Hit him on the instep. Bounced first, and if it did, it just barely clipped the leg and shot away. So that back foot curveball to left-handers that Charlie Morton is consistently hitting batters with puts a runner on, nobody out, in the first pitch on the way to C.J. Cron, newly acquired from the Rockies. Is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Cron has 11 home runs, 32 RBI. Of course, played his home games in Coors Field. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. 95 going down the pipe. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. On the way, just off the plate wide. 1-2. Try to get him to chase the curveball. Do you think the Braves can win the division in August? That's extremely unlikely. You'd have to have about a 30-game lead going into September. The 1-2 from Charlie. Way outside wide again. That curveball is missing his spot, and it's 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count to Crone. Braves already down 1-0, and Shohei Ohtani on first after the hit by pitch. If you're just joining us, it barely skipped and hit his pant leg, so he is okay. The 2-2 swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track at the wall is Ronald Acuna Jr. He will make the catch for a loud, deep out number one. Ohtani will retreat back to first base. Been looking forward to this showdown. Would have loved to have seen Mike Trout in this as well. Would have been a lot of fun to see Trout and Ohtani go up against Olsen and Acuna. So that'll bring Mickey Moniak to the plate. He's batting .321. Lefty-righty matchup, 11 strikeouts. The first pitch is 97 right down the pipe on the outer edge. It's 0-1. LA 1, Braves nothing. If you're just joining us, a solo shot that just hit the top of the wall and bounced over. Could have went either way to lead the game off for Rengifo. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss in the dirt, kicks away. I would think Ohtani's going to at least get to second. He might get to Augusta. That ball went way wide. And that curveball once again is missing. Unbelievable. That curveball was down and in. Probably went out in front of Moniak by about 3 feet in front of him. He had a wince on him, like, why did I swing at that? And that's just one of those pitches that I don't know what home plate umpire Fairchild is trying to say, but he swung at the ball, so it's really a moot point. Fairchild's been one of the So we'll see what's going on here. Fairchild, it was an I think what they're saying is that was strike 3. No, they're saying it wasn't. Okay, so maybe he tapped it, but if he tapped it, then the runner should be back at first. So everybody's confused. What is showing is a 1-2 pitch as the fastball misses outside wide. Moniak offered at the ball, so I'm really confused by what he was trying to tell. I think Fairchild might have screwed that one up. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. I guess no harm, no foul when it's all said and done. Strikeout number 1 for Charlie Morton, and they're still away. I think we've seen this a million times with Morton. When starting early on, sometimes he does not have that curveball working, and to left-handers, he will hit batters. It'll hit their back foot, and sometimes it's through the swing. As the first pitch on the way to Renfroe, it's a fastball off the plate, taken all the way by Hunter Renfroe. It's 1-0. Renfroe, 17 home runs, 47 RBI. These Angels can hit. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Fairchild called that inside, but looked like pretty close to a strike. In fact, Darnode liked it as he shook his head towards Charlie. I think he's basically saying we got to get that called, but it's a good pitch anyways. The 2-0 pitch, down and away, ball 3. So a 3-0 count to Renfroe. Standing on deck is Moustakas. But the kind of pop that he's got, Charlie may not be giving him right down Main Street. He might be willing to walk with the open base. The 3-0 pitch, just off the plate wide, tried to paint the black on the outer edge. It's a 4-pitch walk, and Renfroe will head down to first. Though a 4-pitch walk, if you're listening to us on radio, the pitches weren't that far off the zone, so it's not like he's extremely wild. One of those actually hit the zone, and 2 of them were very, very close. So Mike Moustakas comes in. We saw him earlier in the year He's now with the Angels, and the first pitch on the way to Moustakas is curveball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Moustakas from the left side of the plate. He'll face Morton with a 267 average. 9 home runs. The wind up the pitch. Inside curveball almost clips his leg there. It's now 2-0. Mike Moustakas. Earlier in the year was with Colorado. Before that, you'd probably know him more from his Milwaukee and Cincinnati days. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 96 up top outer shelf. It's 2-1. Braves trail 1-0. Runners on first and second, 2 out. There was also a pitching change shortly before the game started as the 2-1 pitch, curveball down below the knees. It's 3-1. Chase Silseth is the starting pitcher tonight, not Canning. Griffin Canning was supposed to be the starting pitcher. He was a late scratch. No word yet on what it is. Normally it's a slight illness when things like that happen, unless he's being traded. The 3-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 96 up in his kitchen. So the good news is we're a strike away from getting out of this. The bad news is runners on first and second, full count. They will be in motion. So Ohtani on second, Renfroe on first, 2 outs. They take off, and the curveball's in the dirt. Ball 4. And Charlie Morton walks yet another batter, and the bases are juiced with 2 outs. And Randall Grichuk, who also just came over in the trade from Colorado. Los Angeles Angels really, Colorado is turning into their their farm team. First pitch on the way to Grichuk is a fastball, just misses low and out of the zone. It's 1-0. This is where you would really like to see the Braves pitching coach, as there is, I believe that was an automatic strike called or a time, but he gave the indication that it was automatic. So the 1-0 pit, well, maybe not. I'm so confused by Chad. Every time Chad Fairchild is behind the home plate, he is not good. So it's showing a 1-1 count. A second ago, Fairchild put up one finger on each side, so it should be 1-2. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled off. We'll do it again. So now, regardless, it is 1-2. Sometimes I can't put it all on the umpire. Sometimes it's the official scorekeeper that's not used to these new rules, and they don't know how to read the home plate umpires. So bases loaded, 2 outs, the 1-2 pitch, 97 misses up top. He did not go around, and now it's 2-2. So now you really got trouble, because the last thing you want to do is go to a full count. You got the bases juiced, 2 outs, already trailing 1-0. Grichuk, righty-lefty, righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that will end the inning. Thankfully, the Atlanta Braves get out of that one fairly unscathed. Other than the leadoff solo shot, we'll be back in a flash. It's 1-0, and ACUNA coming to the plate.
There is a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in. The first pitch to Ronnie is inside 96 miles an hour for a ball. 1-0. Sinker missing. Ronald Acuna Jr., 335 batting average, 24 home runs, 61 RBI. The 1-0 pitch on the way. High and outs, up and in. It's 2-1. 2-0, excuse me. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Just clips the inside zone. 2-1. Back to work. The 2-1 from Silseth. Teardrop at the knees. Called a strike. Acuna doesn't like it. Evens up the count at 2-2. So Silseth appears to be a fast worker. He kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 up top on the outer edge. And there's one away. He went sinker, and then lulled him to sleep with the slider and then blew in a four-seam fastball that reached 97 on the outer shelf. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to plate. Ozzie Albies, his first pitch swinging again, and he hits one high but not very deep into center field. That'll be an easy out. Center fielder Moniak makes the play, and there's quickly 2 down. Ozzie Albies, as he's been scuffling, has been early. Early swinging, I guess just trying to get out of the rut. That'll bring Austin Riley up, and Austin Riley takes 96 up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch goes back to work, and 97 outside, down and away. It's 1-1. So evening up the count now, and Austin Riley trying to get on, do a little damage, maybe get Matt Olson up. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball misses outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Kind of a funky curveball. That thing's got a quick snap to it. 2-1 to Riley. They set up high and outside. The 2-1 pitch, 97 just misses up top. Ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1, Silseth quickly back to work, raises the glove, raises his leg, lets it go. Swing and a miss, 96 right there at the knees. 3-2. So a full count to Riley now. Silseth working fast and working economically. Only his 11th pitch of the night, or 12th on the way. 3-2 pitch swung on, fisted towards right field, but that'll be caught. And it's an easy 1-2-3, 3 up, 3 down inning. We'll head to the top of the second inning. Charlie Morton will go back to work. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern Sports Talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today, we go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What does that smell?
That's East River.
You're swimming in the East River? Yeah. The most heavily trafficked, overly contaminated waterway on the eastern seaboard?
Technically, Norfolk has more gross tonnage.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one, he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. A lot of wheeling and dealing going on in Major League Baseball. The Braves acquired Nicky Lopez last night. He'll be a backup infielder. Best case scenario. And the first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is a swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Zach Nato, shortstop, takes a hack at the 0-1 pitch and fouls it back. 0-2. Some of the other things been going on in Major League Baseball today. Taj Bradley was optioned to the AAA by the Rays. He's been getting pounded recently. Heimer Candelario has been traded to the Cubs, the third baseman. We talked about this as a possibility on the 3 to 5 show, and Tones hit that nail on the head. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He chased the Uncle Charlie from Uncle Charlie, and there's one away. Paul Sewald, reliever that I was really hoping we would get, ends up going to the Arizona Diamondbacks from Seattle. Mark Canha of the Mets heads to the Brewers. Wallach, the hind catcher, comes to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch he sees and just hits the top of the Braves dugout, bending foul. Matt Olson gave chase but couldn't get over there. Just out of his reach. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Thank you, William. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and bangs it foul out of play. It's 0-2. If y'all see any trades go down, put them in the chat. I'm going to try to keep up with them at the break, but it's really difficult to do 7. I can only usually do about 6 things at once. So I haven't seen anything in the last hour or so. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and drags it foul down the third base line. Do it again at 0-2. Charlie Morton could have himself a pretty good inning here if he could get past Wallach and get a 1-2-3 inning with the leadoff hitter Rengifo coming up. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get laced down into left field, down for a base hit. And that's going to be at least 1, and we'll call it 2. Eddie Rosario playing deep. I mean, he might as well be sitting on the wall. So a ball that I'd say most left fielders would get to, might be able to cut it off with the catcher running. Instead, it's an easy double. I mean, they have him. When the ball is hit, he was only a couple of feet away from the warning track, which is really strange for a number 9 hitter. So that'll bring Rengifo up, and this could be another tricky inning to get out of because now you got a runner on second, 1 out in the top of the order. Rengifo barely got one over the wall to start the game. That's how the Angels got their 1 run. They did load the bases as well, but could not tack on. The 1-0 pitch, curveball misses outside wide. It's 2-0. Angels 1, Braves nothing. Runner on second, nobody. 1 out. Excuse me. The 2-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to Olsen. Olsen's got it. He'll run over and step on the pillow for out number 2, but on the play, Wallach heads down to third, and now there's 2 away. Now, if OHTANI is as big and as bad as they say he is, why would you not walk him here? And that's exactly what they're going to do. I was wondering, I was like, man, I have no desire to pitch to OHTANI, who leads the major leagues in home runs. When you've got 2 outs. A little different story if there's less than 2 outs and you're trying to not have a big inning. So he'll head down to first. There'll be runners on the corners. We avoid OHTANI. That's the good news. The bad news is C.J. Cron, who can swing the stick in his own right, stands at the plate. Newly acquired. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right there on the edge. 95 kisses the black, and it's 0-1. Yeah, I saw the Pollock move to San Francisco. I'm not really viewing that as a very big move, but who knows? Maybe a change of scenery. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is laced into center field, but right at him. It's an Adam ball, and Michael Harris II will make the play. He had to fight what little bit of sun there is there in the outfield. We'll be back in a flash.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Well, there you have it. The die is cast. The Mets are worse off now than they were when Will Palmer was their owner. Stevie Cohn, he is another false prophet, another letdown. Everything failed. The Mets, you can mark my words. Every time the Mets get a brother of a star, he's a bum. Acuna's brother, who I hear already demanding a trade, will never do anything for the Mets. This is Alex Ochoa. This is Fernando Martinez. 5-star players, 5-tool players. They're 5 suck players. They can't throw. They can't run. They can't hit. Who's going to be left on this team next year? There's nobody. They're going to be terrible. It's going to take at least 10 years to make them proud of them. This year is a disaster. Worst season ever. Billy Epler, you suck. And now there's nothing left. Nothing. This is the most hopeless I've ever been about this team. The Mets are worse than the Oakland A's. The Oakland A's have more hope than the Mets.
Armchair.
Though it was a hitter's decade, one of the most admired players was a dominating screwball pitcher named Carl Hubbell.
Well, I was always fascinated by Carl Hubbell, Mr. High Pockets. He was a left-handed pitcher for the New York Giants. And his most famous pitch was the screwball. And he'd thrown so many of these things that his arm was literally deformed. And you could see it when he walked out to the pitcher's mound. His arm, a screwball is a reverse curve like that. And he'd thrown so many that the palm was almost out when he walked out. Curious. And I was so impressed by this pitcher that I used to walk around like that when I was about 9 years old. My mother used to say, "What is wrong with that arm of yours anyway?" They finally made me stop it. It looked as though I'd fallen out a window or something, and my parents hadn't had enough money to give me the right operation to get the thing twisted back right.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson steps in. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to the Ice House is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Silseth back to work. Only 12 pitches at first inning. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Ball 2. 2-0. Chase Silseth. I have not watched him pitch before, and I was doing homework on Canning as the 2-0 pitch is on the way and swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the third base line. Out of play, it's 2-1. I didn't realize that he threw as hard as he does. 4.26 ERA, 2-1 on the year. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 96 up top, 2-2. Last year had a 6.59 ERA. This year is the 2-2 pitch, down and in. Good take by Olsen. And I mean, Fairchild, son, you got to grow a pair. You don't ask the third base umpire if a check swing took place when he never moved the bat. The 3-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted up the middle and ricochets off the second base. That's what you call karma. It'll go flying into left field in a roundabout way. Also, I have to stay at first because the left fielder, Grichuk, did a great job of coming up and chasing it. And that ball was smoked. It was a worm burner and hit the corner of the bag and took a left turn into left field. You don't see that very often. When you do, you often wonder, why didn't they make those bags flat years ago? So 1 on, nobody out. And Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. He takes a swing at the very first pitch he sees and it hits into a double play. 5-4-3, reached for a pitch out of the zone and drags it over to third, and there's 2 down. I mean, that is a bad bat at bat by Travis d'Arnaud. I'm a big fan of his, but you got to do better. So we'll reset here, and now Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Been saying this for a while that I think Ozuna should be hitting in front of d'Arnaud when he's in the lineup. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is 97 right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. And normally that would be a pitch that Ozuna may think about swinging at, but because the catcher just got out, he's trying to give him a second to put on his gear. 0-1 pitch, misses inside for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swung on, grounded over deep into short, but backhanded, throws it across the diamond, and a good scoop by the first baseman, Chrome. If he doesn't make that play, it would have been an error. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
It's just unfortunate because I think it got blown out of proportion. It's just friendly, competitive banter. But I guarantee you, if you were to mic both dugouts, you're going to hear certain things that, I mean, people could take offense to. But for me, didn't mean anything by it. I mean, honestly, like Francisco got a hanging slider, I got a hanging slider, and I asked him nicely to throw another one to Danny. It's just friendly, competitive banter.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You play to win the game.
The idea of going to the ballpark, say in 1900, was that the urban masses would get a taste of country pastoral air, that they would breathe in, that their lungs would expand by cheering. Baseball grew in the cities. It is an outgrowth of gambling. It's an outgrowth of crookedness. It's an outgrowth of drinking. It's a roistering, boisterous event. It is as wild as the Wild West.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton will go back to work in the first pitch to Moniak is a swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt towards his legs. It's a righty-lefty matchup, and it's 0-1. Moniak 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. Another good curveball. It's 0-2. So far, he's got the curveball working. Here in the third inning, the 0-2 pitch swung on, and he went going down for that one, and that ball is lifted high and deep, but not deep enough. ACUNA kind of drifts back almost like a walk through the park, makes a catch just before the warning track for out number 1. He knew what was coming, but just couldn't get enough pop on it. I'm sure next time up, Charlie will mix in a heater inside on him because he was leaning out over that plate. Renfroe comes to the plate. Renfroe, swing and a miss, strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Angels 1, Braves nothing, top of the third inning. We keep waiting to see if maybe we get some news on the Braves in the trade front tonight. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 0-2. Checking the Braves. I've got a Braves specifically Twitter feed that's like, I don't know, follow around 47, 48 sports writers, and I've seen nothing yet. The 1-1 pitch just clips on the inner part of the zone. Good pitch. It's 1-2. So 1 down, a 1-2 count. Braves trail just 1-0. Last minute, they got the news that it would be Silseth and not Canning on the mound for the Angels. The 1-2 pitch swung on and tapped foul back behind home plate. Do it again at 1-2. And I will say this, I do believe that kind of gamesmanship, whatnot, and I'm not saying that it wasn't a legitimate reason why he's missing, but when that happens, that can tend to throw off your batters, because if they've been studying all afternoon, one pitcher and then another one comes up, it's kind of a scurry. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the Uncle Charlie off the plate for Charlie. And there's 2 away. No, I agree. I do not want Verlander. Not unless they're going to pay his entire salary. Something tells me they would just raid our cabinets to be able to get that deal done. Charlie Morton will go back to work in the first pitch on the way, 95 up top, outer edge. It's 0-1. Thing about, we talked about this in the morning show, and I believe I brought it up in the afternoon, but I may not have. Been really busy today with the trade deadlines. The 1-0 pitch clips the outer side part of the zone. It's 1-1. The thing about Verlander, not only is he under contract this year and next year, if he throws 140 innings next year as the 1-1 pitch, down and in, 2-1. It then generates a third option if he wants to pick it up, and I don't know why he wouldn't at the age of 42 at that point. It's either 35 or 36 million. So if you pick up Verlander, you got to be prepared to be in it for the long haul. The 2-1 pitch. Morton lets it go. Curveball just misses outer part of the plate. It's 3-1. I would be shocked if he's on the Braves' radar, considering it's a division rival. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. A 2-hopper right into the glove of Matt Olson. He'll flip it to Morton covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. A 3-1 put out if you're scoring at home. We'll be back in a flash.
Go back to that last inning, 9th inning. What are the emotions like entering that inning?
Well, emotions are go in, win. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. we're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I think Stengel is the most interesting man, except for Ruth, who ever appeared in baseball. Unfortunately, his myth has become that of the clown, the man who talked Stengelese, double talk. He knew more about the game than anyone I ever talked to. He was the smartest man. I think he had tremendous basic intelligence, not much education. He barely got through high school. But he had this intuitive intelligence. He would look at things, and he would see things, and he would sense things. And sometimes the things came out. He's a man who said, there's a time in every man's life, and I've had plenty of them. And that's a marvelous expression that says it.
And his distinctive way with language gave rise to a new word, Stengelese. All right, he once said, everybody line up alphabetically according to your height. I made up my mind, but I made it up both ways. Most people my age are dead at the present time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0. Chase Silseth will go back to work. Coming to the plate is Eddie Rosario. Rosario gets set, and the first pitch is right there at the knees. He showed bunt, but pulled it back. It's 0-1. 96 right down the pipe. Just taking a look at the game log for Silseth as the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Evens up the count 1-1 fastball. And just trying to get an idea of how long he normally goes. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pulls it foul past first base. Dribbled in between that and the dugout. It's 1-2. Looking at his typical outings, and we'll take the most recent ones. The 1-2 pitch, fastball off the plate, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch to Rosario, swung on and fouled back out of play. So Chase Silseth typically is the 2-2 pitch swung on and dragged foul again. 2-2. He typically does not go very deep, but recently he has had a couple of 5 2/3 innings that he's shown. Typically he's 2 to 3 innings, but they've stretched him out a bit. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fisted back out of play. Do it again at 2-2. What I was reading on him was that evidently second and third time through the lineup, offenses really tend to get a better beat on him. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Rosario down on strikes once again, and there's one away. Rosario, kind of a slow swing too. I don't know what he was arguing with home plate umpire with. It might have been a previous pitch because he swung and the pitch looked like it may have been a strike. Even if it wasn't, he swung at it. So anyways, the first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Sometimes you just want to vent, right? The 1-0 pitch to Orlando, kicks and deals down below the knees, ball 2, 2-0. The 2-0 from Silseth. Righty-righty matchup on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the line. It's 2-1. Orlando Arcia right around that 300 mark. He's batting .298, 10 home runs, 36 RBI. 796 OPS. Couldn't ask for anything more and probably a Gold Glove. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Bender got him out of his shoes. Evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Silseth, after Arcia asked for a quick time. The 2-2 on the way. Silseth lifts the glove. They set up, down and in, and 2-2. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He did not, and it's a full count to Orlando. So Orlando works it back into his favor. 2-2 count, or 3-2 count, excuse me. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got that curveball out of his shoes. I think he was looking for the downs on a heater and instead pulled the string. Impressive pitch by Silseth. So 2 down. Braves with 1 hit so far in the first pitch to Michael Harris, a second. Money Mike takes it outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Harris batting .275 now with 9 homers, 28 RBI. The 1-0 pitch off the plate. 2-0. He's gone 4-seam and slider to start off the at-bat. The 2-0 to Michael. Swing and fouls it straight back. 95 right down the heart of the plate. Had a good swing on it, just got underneath it and went slapping back up against the screen. It's 2-1. A little bit of scoreboard watching as the Orioles are the closest to us for the best record in baseball. The 2-1 pitch, 96 up high, misses. Third base umpire, Charlie Ramos, says that was a strike. I don't know. It says he went around. I'm not sure about that one. Have to see a side view on that. Evens up the count at 2-2. He might have, but it looked like he had held up. They're not giving us that look, so. The 2-2 pitch to Harris. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
That's right, folks. I just had 3 shots of Hennigan's and I don't smell. Imagine, you can walk around drunk all day. That's Hennigan's. No smell, no tell, scotch.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 4-year stretch that Craig Kimbrell had in Atlanta was the best we've ever seen a closer be. He had 4 years in a row where he got 46 saves, 52 saves, 50, and 47. He was top 5 in Cy Young in 2 of those years, top 10 in all 4 of those years. And in that 52 save year, he had a 1.01 ERA.
You guys make proclamations. You don't make predictions. You're pompous. That's why you guys.
Well, why are you listening?
Gabish?
Why are you listening?
I listen because I hate you guys.
Armchair.
If you grew up in an American League city in the 1950s, you basically hated the Yankees. This was Casey's juggernaut, which won 9 pennants in 11 years, 5 World Series in a row. There's never been dominance like it at any other time in the history of baseball. Some people criticized Stengel and said he was just a push-button manager, but he knew which buttons to push. So a wonderful thing that he had, in addition to the great stars like Mantle and Ford and Berra, he had an ability to pick up players who were seemingly at the ends of their careers, spare parts, Johnny Hopp, Enos Slaughter, players who he knew could perform one particular role, who could fit into this grand scheme that he had. And God knows it worked.
I'm assuming this was tonight as the first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to the number 7 hitter. Grichuk is swung on and popped up foul down the third base line near the tarps. It'll just bend into the crowds. 0-1. the Los Angeles feed was showing I guess it's the Home Depot race with the different mascots, and Blooper came out of nowhere and knocked the crap out of one of the mascots, like sidewind him. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, drifting back off the wall. Will it stay in? That one, too, will barely get out, and it's a home run. 2 times tonight, the Angels have hit one almost in the exact same spot where it has barely gotten over the wall. Right at the 375 mark, so might as well be 375 and a half feet. I mean, it's unbelievable. You'd think at least one of those would have stayed in the park. So it's 2-0 LA. The fans aren't even getting the souvenirs because it's dropping back into the field of play. First pitch on the way to Nato is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie lets it go. Down below the knees, 90-mile-an-hour cutter, 2-0. The 2-0 from Morton. Looks in and lets it go. Swing and pops it up. Kind of a jam shot. Should stay in play, maybe. And Matt Olson makes one heck of a catch over the first base dugout for out number 1. He was running, had to slow down to catch his balance, and just put his arms over, kind of a hop for the first out of the inning. Holy cow, what a play that was. And I need to see more Braves over there by the dugout, making sure he doesn't fall and catching him. Can't let the franchise break his foot or something over there. The first pitch on the way from Morton to Wallach is a swing and a miss strike, 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. We were talking about this earlier this afternoon. Wouldn't it be wild if the Braves end up with 1 and 2 in the MVP voting with ACUNA and Olson? The 0-1 pitch on the way. Down below the knees. He went around. It's 0-2. I would tend to think that's not going to happen because if Freddie Freeman continues to have a good year, he'll grab a lot of votes. But right now, you can make a strong argument for both him and ACUNA. Olson and ACUNA. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, it's 1-2. Matt Olson leads the National League in home runs and RBI. ACUNA leads in stolen bases. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball just misses the outer edge, 2-2. The 2-2 from Charlie. Lifts his leg, lets it go just below the knees. Changeup, 87 miles an hour. Ball 3-2. So you got a full count to Wallach. The number 9 hitter has already got a double. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went to the Uncle Charlie, and there's 2 away. Just below the knees. Good pitch. Thought he might go with the hard cheese. Luis Rengifo comes to the plate. He's now batting .325 in his last 10 games. First pitch on the way to Rengifo, swung on. That ball scalded down the right field line, and it is going to get down for a base hit. ACUNA comes up, grabs the ball, and then is trying to bait Rengifo into going to second. And Rengifo got a big smile and a laugh out of it because he said, "Nah, I'm good, man." So the good news is ACUNA keeps him from going to second. The bad news is here comes Shohei Ohtani. Swear it seems like he comes to bat every inning. So 1 on, 2 out. Ohtani digs in. The first pitch, swing, and that ball's ripped into right field, down for a base hit. It's going to be a hard line sinking single. Ronald Acuna Jr. cuts it off. Had him played perfectly, but he absolutely smoked that ball. He wasn't fooling anybody with that pitch. Ohtani's got that long wingspan and just absolutely clubbed that ball past Ozzie, who gave a good effort. So pitch on the way to Crone, and it's a swing and a miss strike. Curveball just off the edge. It's 0-1. Runners on first and second, 2 out. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-2. Hey, William. Hey, Margaret. Seeing some of y'all in the chat. Edward, Charles, Jacob. I thought I saw Tim. Yeah, there's Tim. Edward, Chris, Robert. If I missed a few, I do apologize. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Darnold. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Runners on first and second, 2 away. CJ Crone, who's 0 for 2, a fly out and a line out, recently came over in the trade from the Rockies. A little bit of an open stance from the right side. You don't see that a lot. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's dribbled up towards Orlando Arcia. He thought about stepping on second. Instead, he fired over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Angels put another run on the board. We'll be back in a flash. It's 2-0 L.A.
And the one thing that I would say for the Oakland sports fan, they have given you a good product. You can't sit there and say that Billy Beane and ownership groups, including Fisher, have not given you a good product. For the most part, in the tenure of Fisher, he bought the team in 2005, the team has been a relatively competitive team. They've been in the playoffs a lot, and for the most part, that fan base has not supported them.
Armchair.
Now 2 outs and 0 on. The Mets are waving their outfielders in. The home Met team waving their outfielders in. Here's Rick Camp with a game on the line. 2 outs and 0 on base. And at least he took a good cut and fouled it off. Ernie, if he hits a home run to tie this game, this game will be certified as absolutely the nuttiest in the history of baseball.
Well, they could go to another pitcher, but in 18 innings, they've used just about everybody.
It'll be an 0-2 pitch. And he is at the deep left. He goes back. It is gone. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe it. Look him. I don't believe it. On an 0-2 pitch, Rick Camp hit it over the left center field wall. I don't believe it.
Nobody can believe it.
Camp makes it 11-11, his first Major League homer.
I tell you what Casey had that a lot of people don't tell you about. He had the knack of taking that ball out of a pitcher's hand. And that means a whitey forward. That means anybody and giving that ball to another, because I tell you about pitchers will talk you out of it. You know, you go out to take that ball, oh, Skip, let me pitch to this guy. When Casey walked to the mound, you gone.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. from Silseth. He's 96 miles an hour just off the plate, but called a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. It's 1-1. If you caught yesterday afternoon's broadcast, it was a pop-up broadcast as we were trying to bring you A.J. Smith-Shawver's return. You heard me talk about how bad the umpiring was yesterday as the 1-1 pitch swung on and pops it up. It'll be easy playable into center field. Acuna chucks the bat dramatically as he's another easy out, and there's one away. But they pulled up his card today, and it was dreadful. I wish I could share it and would have time to do it during the break, but it would just cause a disaster. But there were red dots where he missed the zone and was calling wide strikes all over his, what they call the umpire card. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is in the dirt for ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies popped out on the first pitch last time up. The 1-0 to Ozzie, open stance from the left side. Swing! And that ball, no, it was the bat that went flying. Ozzie Albies lost the bat, and it went flying towards the dugout. Bat Boy's going to come bring him a bat. I don't know if it's the same bat or not. I think that thing went airborne over. Yes, it did. It went airborne over the dugout and rattled off the netting. Thankfully, that netting's there. There would have been a possible injury. They'll give Ozzie a chance to doctor his bat handle. Well, welcome in, Tracy. But yeah, they showed it was dreadful. The umpire card from yesterday. I mean, it was, sometimes I wonder if I'm over exaggerating the bad calls. The 1-1 pitch misses down and away. It's 1-2. And I can deal when a guy misses every once in a while, especially if it's a closer pitch. It's really where they stand and what our vantage point is. I get that. But when you see the ones where they're like, dude, can you wait to have yourself a cold one after the game? The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around? They said he did not. It's 2-2. It's a good thing because the ball kicked away, far away. Ozzie stood there waiting to see if he went around or not. And they said he did not. But if he had gone around, he would have missed an opportunity of possibly running down to first. So a 2-2 to Ozzie. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground right at him. An atom ball to Rengifo. He'll make the play. 4-3 put out for out number 2. Silseth, by the way, has faced the minimum so far. He did give up the one hit, but it was quickly erased on the very next pitch when Travis d'Arnaud hit into a double play. So the only base hit was Olson's line shot off the second base bag that ricocheted into left field. The 0-1 pitch, or the first pitch on the way to Riley is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Quickly back to work. The 0-1 high and inside. 1-1. I would tend to think that the Braves, seeing him a second and even maybe a third time, will finally get to him, but he is pitching well tonight. The 1-1 pitch down and away. It's 2-1. And if you missed the beginning of the game, remember, Silseth was a late addition. It was supposed to be Griffin Canning, and their skill set are much different. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit high and deep, but not quite deep enough. He got on top of that one, but it died quickly. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Steak and donut sandwich, please. You want cigarettes on that sandwich? Oh, I look like a Mary? Yes, I want cigarettes.
I tell you what, we had another sorry practice today. These guys, I don't know if we're going to be able to beat anybody this year. Quarterbacks, they can't hit the broadside of a barn right now. I don't know if we can hit that indoor facility right there. Receivers, they couldn't catch a cold if it was the middle of February, dropping everything. Defensive backs, gosh, I wonder why they got grass stains all over their jerseys. They fall about every play. About 2 or 3 of them are falling. And our kickers, gee, it's like the Army, left, right. They're kicking it all over the place. I don't know if we can beat anybody this year. Guys, and leadership, no, we don't have any leaders out here. As resolved. These teams, I don't know. Maybe I ought to give them a week off and start over and see if we can regroup and find some real tough guys out here.
And is it correct you just started identifying as female 2 weeks ago?
I'm not here to talk about my transition. Let me tell you something. I am the strongest woman this state has ever seen.
Any words for the challenger?
Good luck, Heather.
Luck is for dudes.
Armchair.
In the 1934 All-Star Game, Hubble astonished the baseball world by striking out in succession Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Al Simmons, and Joe Cronin.
I saw so many great pitchers, and maybe it's because of an early impression. But of all the pitchers I saw, thinking in terms of their control of themselves, as well as their ability to throw the ball, to manipulate the pitch, I would say, let's put it this way, if I had a ball game to be pitched and my life hung on the balance, I'd want Carl Hubble to pitch it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail just 2-0. We know this offense can get going in a hurry. Just got to keep them where they're at. Moniak, the 4-5-6 hitters coming to the plate. Moniak, the first pitch on the way is a curveball. Just clips the outer part of the zone for, well, they're going to call that a really tight zone there. Call that a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie lets it fly. Curveball right there down the heart of the plate. 1-1. Moniak 0 for 2. Strikeout, a fly out. Last time out up, he's the one that kind of leaned over the plate. The 1-2 pitch. The 1-1 pitch, fouled away. It's 1-2. I was mentioning that you wonder if Charlie might bust him inside now because he would diving over that plate. The 1-2, they do set up outside. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. So he might have been looking for that slow pitch, but got the high cheese, and there's one away. Philly and Miami are tied at 2 apiece, about halfway through that game. Hunter Renfroe comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. First pitch on the way, swung on, banged on the ground over to Arcia. Arcia fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. So you like to see that. With that going on, scoreboard watching in Toronto, Baltimore leads the Blue Jays 4-0. We'd be pulling for Toronto in that one to help us out with the best record in baseball, as Baltimore sits 4 games behind us. So Moustakas comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. First pitch on the way to him is 95 just off the dish, and it's 1-0. Moustakas 0 for 1 with a walk. The 1-0 pitch, righty-lefty matchups. Clips it right there for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 lets it fly. Swung on. That ball's roasted. It's an atom ball. And thankfully, Ozzie Albies is right there for out number 3. We will be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country.
If I was a flight risk, I wouldn't even be here. I could be in another country this afternoon if I wanted to. I got friends who can create false passports.
All right, I apologize for my client, Your Honor.
Apologize for your client. Don't apologize for me. I didn't rob no bank, okay? I don't want everyone in here thinking I'm some kind of bank robber, okay? I don't need the money. I'm a drug dealer.
They had played 9 years together, and Big Papi never knew Dustin Pedroia's name.
He called me Pee-wee. Catcher comes over to me and goes, "Hey, what's up, Dustin?" I go, "Hey, what's up, man?" David walks over and goes, "What'd he call you?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "What'd he call you?" I said, "Dustin." He goes, "Why'd he call you that?" I go, "That's my name." He goes, "Oh, is that right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I played 1,600 games with you. They've actually said it 5,000 times. Now batting, number 15, Dustin Pedroia." And he goes, "I thought it was Pee-wee." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, "You thought my parents would name me Pee-wee?"
Armchair.
After the 1934 season, Babe Ruth toured Japan with an all-star team. 500,000 fans turned out in Tokyo to cheer the mythic hero they called Babu Rusu. Babe's big bulk, reported the New York Times, today blotted out such unimportant things as international squabbles over oil and navies. "We like to believe," said the Sporting News, "that countries having a common interest in a great sport would rather fight it out on the diamond than on the battlefield." The Americans won 17 of 18 games. Ruth hit 13 home runs. But in one game, a high school boy named E.G. Sawamura struck out Ruth, Charlie Gehringer, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Fox before the Americans managed to get a single winning run. Sawamura became a national hero, and the tour sparked the formation of the first Japanese professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail just 2-0. We've only had the one hit. The one hit is coming to the plate in the form of Matt Olson. Olson digs in. The first pitch is 93 right down the pipe, taken all the way. It's 0-1. Olson had that look like, man, I should have swung at that one. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. The 36th home run of the year, and your Atlanta Braves have cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. Matt Olson absolutely clubbed that pitch. It was a hanger, and he did not miss. 200th home run of his career. Of the season, excuse me. And the first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on, and he hits that hard, high, and deep, and it goes off the making the catch at the wall. Slamming into the wall is the center fielder. Great play by Moniak for out number one, and that ball went deep, and it went fast. Good play by Moniak. He had to backhand it, and he kind of, I think he's okay, but he looked like he was kind of limping away. Kind of a funny landing. He appears to be okay, so that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, first pitch on the way, is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. We were 3 to 5 feet away from tying the game up there. That is the fourth or fifth ball that Travis d'Arnaud has hit hard in the last 2 days. Some of those are going to start falling. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled right down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. We'll see if what Ozuna does. He's going to put on the brakes, not take the chance, and it is a 1-out single for your Atlanta Braves. Good hard hit by Ozuna. Braves appear to be seeing Silseth much better. I don't know if someone pulled something up on the iPad or what they did, but they're definitely teeing off on him now. If it ends up like the 2021 deadline, I'll take that all day long. Actually, we had a pretty good trade deadline last year. People forget that it was another one of those where we thought everything was done, and then in the last minute, starts trickling in that we got eyeglasses from the Angels. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Swing and rifles that foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Remember, Eddie Rosario came over in that trade in 2021. And when he came over, he was on the IL. He didn't even come off the IL till mid to late August. The 0-1 to Eddie, righty-lefty matchup, lets it go. Swing and a miss, 94, chased it off the edge. It's 0-2. Angels do have Jose Soriano working in the bullpen, right-hander. 1 on, 1 out. The 0-2 pitch to Rosario. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's grounded hard, but over to second. That's going to be an easy 4, 6, 3. Eddie beats it out. Good hustle, Rosario. Would have been a double play. Nato kind of nonchalantly flipped it over there. I don't think they expected Eddie to be booking. And it was a pretty decent throw by their shortstop, Nato, but didn't get a lot on it. So Rosario keeps the inning alive, and maybe the Braves can make them pay. Rosario stands on first, 2 outs after hustling down the line, and Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Arcia 0 for 1. A lot of 0 for so far as the Braves bats just woke up. The first pitch to Orlando is down and away for, they're going to call that a wide low strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, Arcia. Silseth turns around and fires a quick throw over to first, try to pick off Eddie Rosario. He's back in plenty of time. But man, I'll tell you what, that was a quick turn and flip. I didn't expect that from Silseth. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at third base. It'll be a 5-4 putout to end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Pull within 1. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Can you tell me where I can find extension cords?
Aisle 25.
I was just there.
26.
There is no 26.
15.
He was comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. He was a good 2-strike hitter. A lot of hitters aren't comfortable with 2 strikes, Then they go into emergency mode. They don't want to strike out. That used to be the old mindset. Nowadays, as Pete said, they go up there hacking. That's a pitcher's dream, is a guy that...
Atlanta Braves had 4 guys on their team last year struck over 150 times. Now, we all know Mike Trout may be the best player in baseball, correct? Everybody agree with that? He struck out 184 times last year. That's once every 3 at-bats. He was MVP in the American League. I don't want to say no one threw hard, but he could throw a damn ball through a car wash and not get it wet.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You know what? Even if you killed somebody, I wouldn't turn you in.
Is that so? Hey, if I killed somebody, would you turn me in?
Definitely.
You're kidding.
No, I would turn you in.
You would turn me in? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Well, what kind of person are you going around killing people?
Well, I'm sure I had a good reason.
Yeah, well, if you'll kill this person, who's to say I wouldn't be next?
But you know me.
I thought I did.
I will say that I've had thrills before, number of them. Something like hitting a home run in Chicago that time. The Lord was with me when I called the shots. I can't go on forever. Somebody's got to take my shoes and take my place. But you can bet your sweet life that I won't play until I drop, but I'll play until I damn near drop. Thank you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to the number 7 hitter Randall Grichuk is scalded down the line, but foul up against the net. Left field line, it's 0-1. Baltimore still leading Toronto 4-0. The Blue Jays are threatening in the bottom of the 5th. Keep you updated on that one. The 0-1 pitch lets it fly. Inside, almost clips him on the front leg. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Charlie lets it go. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. That one faded off the outer edge of the plate. Nice curveball. Really worked more like a hard slider. And it's 1-2. 1-2. Just off the plate, out of the zone. 2-2. Taken all the way was Grichuk. So 2-2. Charlie at 84 pitches, by the way, will wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him out there leaning. Adios, muchacho. There's one away. Phillies lead Miami 3-2. That game is in the 7th. Tampa Bay leads the Yankees 5-1 in the 6th. First pitch on the way to Nato, The number 8 hitter is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Charlie. Looking in at Darnode. Here's the windup. Here it goes. Tap over towards first base line, grabbing it and making the tag, I believe, was Morton. I believe he's out, but there was a bit of a collision. We'll have to see if the runner's okay. Nato is out. It's a bit of a collision. So what was going on was, if you're listening on radio, it was a check swing, an excuse me swing, and Charlie was coming up to grab it and tag him, and Olsen was coming up as well. He had the same idea. And when Olsen went to go make the play, Charlie grabbed it right before him, and they collided. Thankfully, I believe both men are okay. Olsen did the smart thing and jumped up in the air, so when he collided, it was more of like a bump with the runner and not a stone-cold collision. Home plate umpire Fairchild is, I think he's checking, I don't know if he's checking Charlie's hand. I don't know if he's trying to see if he's got something on it. I mean, that had nothing to do with that play, but Chad Fairchild is always a strange one. We've seen him in the playoffs. We've seen him a few times. I'm sure the runner, Nato, probably saw his life before. He's running as fast as he can. He gets tagged by Morton, then collides into Godzilla on the first base line. First pitch on the way to Wallach is swung on, and he hammers that, and that ball is gone. It's 3-1. The number 9 hitter has absolutely owned Charlie Morton tonight. A double and now a home run. And the lead is back to 2, 441 feet. He plowed that thing over the left center field wall. Unbelievable that this is the guy that is owning Charlie, but it is. Sitting here in the 6th inning, so it's about that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go by. And that was a fastball that didn't have much movement. It was down the heart of the plate. First pitch on the way to Rengifo, who also has a home run. All 3 runs by the Angels, by the way, have all been solo shots. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, curveball in the dirt. It's 0-2. You wonder if Charlie does not get Rengifo, if he would face OHTANI, because OHTANI smoked the last pitch that he gave him. You'd think he'd try to go to the pen and send a lefty out there. On that note, AJ Minter is off the IL. He was added today just before the game if you missed the pregame. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit hard down the right field line, but foul. Plenty foul. It's 0-2. On this date, 1912, Ty Cobb goes 1 for 4 in Detroit's 4-1 victory over the Washington Senators at Navin Field. The Tiger outfielder singles. His single is a 68th hit in July, the most ever collected in a single month by anyone in the major leagues. The 0-2 pitch. Ball is in the dirt. Rengifo tried to lean into that one, see if he could get hit by it, but it missed him. Do it again. It's 1-2. AJ Minter, just as I mentioned him, he is the one warming up in the bullpen. So I would think come hell or high water, this is his last batter. So if he wants to get that quality start, he's got to get Rengifo. If not, it's over. The 1-2 pitch misses outside wide. Ball 2, 2-2. AJ Minter was brought off the IL. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the change in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. So the Angels do add a run, but could be a lot worse. We head to the bottom of the 6th here in Braves country.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Braves country HD is AFC South country all season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards. yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10, empty set. Walking downfield, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown. Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves go back to work, and this time it'll be against Soriano. Soriano flips a pitch in there. Looks like a curveball that hit the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way from the tall, lanky right-hander is down and in for a ball. It's 1-1. Soriano, a 3.20 ERA, 1.27 whip. The 1-1 pitch swung on and rifled hard, but right at the center fielder, making the catch is Moniak for out number 1. That was a line drive, smoked, but just into the teeth of the defense. So 3-1 your score. The Braves trailing Ronald Acuna Jr., who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. Maybe he'll have better luck against Soriano. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Started him off with the curveball. It's 0-1. Standing on deck, Ozzie Albies. AJ Minter versus OHTANI next inning. Should be a good one. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. It's 1-1. Good take by Ronnie. Looked like he was about to go around on that one, but held up. I'd love to hear someone interview him and ask his thoughts about his brother being traded to the Mets. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and taps that off the plate. Back behind home. It's 1-2. I'd always heard about his brother, but never really done much studying on until he was traded to the Mets. And then I saw his profile picture. I think it was yesterday. Man, they are definitely brothers. Like, there's no way they could deny it. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away. 2-2. Not quite twins, but definitely favor each other. The 2-2 to Acuna. The wind up, the throw. Curveball just got a piece of that, drags it foul. We'll do it again. I don't know the legitimacy, but there was a Mets fan that was having a meltdown on TikTok or Twitter. Anyways, he was saying that his brother's already asking for a trade. The 2-2 pitch misses inside, ball 3-3. Now, I don't know if there's any legitimacy because he was the only one I saw mention it. And I follow a lot of baseball writers, so I would think if that was true, we would have heard some smoke about that, but that would be funny. The 3-2 pitch, inside, ball 4, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is heading down to first and hopefully heading down to second shortly after. So 1 on, 1 out, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. So you get the results of the poll to see where everyone's at on tonight's poll, will they make a big trade or not? The first pitch on the way to Ozzy Albies is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Give y'all a few more minutes and then I'll pull the poll to see what the numbers are. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup on the way. Swing. Taps that foul. It's 0-2. On this date, 1930, the Yankees edged the Red Sox 14-13. Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, collects 8 RBIs with a grand slam and 2 doubles in Fenway on this date, 1930. You had an 0-2 on Ozzy. He does ask for time. ACUNA, the decent lead at first. You wonder if he might be thinking about going. Possible curveball on the way. They flip it back over to first to keep him close by. Ronnie had a good lead, but the first movement back to first, he easily got back. They could have also pitch out as well. A lot of wheels turning here as the Braves try to cut this lead down, trailing 3-1. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and just, I don't know how we got a piece of that one, but Ozzy keeps the at-bat alive, and it's 0-2. On this date in 1954, Ebbets Field, using a borrowed back, Joe Adcock hits 4 home runs in one game and a double, which misses inches for a 5th home run. As the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chased a fastball high and out of the zone, and there's 2 away. Joe Adcock's double just missed for a 5th home run in the then Milwaukee Braves 15-7 victory over the Brooklyn Dodgers. The Milwaukee first baseman, 18 total bases on 7 pitches, sets a major league record. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley is 0-2. It surpassed the Brooklyn Dodgers' Gil Hodges of 16 bases just 4 years prior. The 1-0 to Riley lets it go. Swing and bangs it foul. 96 inside. 1-1. And on this date in 2003, breaking a record he set a week later during last season, John Smoltz of your Atlanta Braves becomes the fastest pitcher to record 40 saves. The 1-1 to Riley, kicks and deals in the dirt. Good take. It's 2-1. The Braves closer throws a scoreless 9th inning in the team's 7-4 victory over the Astros to establish the new mark. And that's your turn back time for July 31st in the world of baseball. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled high and deep. Off the wall. It's going to come Karam off the wall, and with 2 outs, he'll be safe at second, and ACUNA will have to be held up at third. I think they thought about sending him, but that ball came shooting off the wall quickly, and you got to give Renfroe some credit. He got it in quickly off the relay. I thought for sure they were going to send ACUNA. They normally do on plays like that. I'd like to see if ACUNA got a late jumper. No, it doesn't look like. He was just kind of slowed down a little bit around second. I don't know if he was trying to figure out if he should go or not. They're going to go ahead and load the bases to Matt Olson for Travis d'Arnaud. Remember, Travis d'Arnaud has hit some hard balls these last couple of days. Maybe one will finally fall. d'Arnaud is 0-2. He was 0 for yesterday, but they were all hard hit. He had one the other night that Frelick had to dive to make the catch. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is, I think they're saying an automatic ball, saying he took too long, and it's 1-0. I think the pitch missed anyways. It was really close. So regardless, it's 1-0. Soriano looks a little puzzled, but I'd have to see a replay to see exactly what he did. I don't know if he wasn't engaged. I don't know what the deal was. Because it didn't look like the clock had expired, but here we go. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt. It's 1-1. Would have liked to have seen Travis take a first strike. I think he was thinking he was going to lay one in there down 1-0 with the bases loaded. So the bases are juiced, 2 outs, a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is dribbled over third. Should be an easy out. It is. 5-3 put out to end the inning. Braves threaten, but leave them loaded. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, everybody's attention for 1 minute. Here's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women, and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Big girls need love too, baby.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, pal. First draft?
What can you tell?
Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. And don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later.
Cool, thanks.
And one more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper full.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate. He'll face A.J. Minter. So a bit of a showdown. This ought to be fun. Lefty-lefty matchup. Minter coming off the IL. Probably not who Minter wants to face the first time off the IL, but this is the cards he's dealt. The top of the 7th inning. And Ohtani will come to the plate leading Major League Baseball in home runs. At this point, it's got to be the runaway MVP for the American League. Ohtani hit by pitch, an intentional walk, and a single. He's 1 for 1. Batting .304 with a 1086 OPS. 39 home runs. The wind up the pitch from Minter, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. 90-mile-an-hour cutter, little inside. Ohtani. Bit of an open stance. They set up on the outside. The wind up the pitch. Fastball misses outside 96. It's 1-1. Appears that Ohtani will be staying as the Angels have become buyers, not sellers, as they're trying to convince Shohei Ohtani that they are trying to win this year and next and beyond. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. Ohtani will take his time out. Probably the most sought-after free agent, I'd say, in the history of sport when he comes out. He's such a... I know Ellie's got the nickname of a unicorn, but he really is a unicorn. No one can do what he can do. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball right there on the edge. 97 misses. 2-2. Minter wanted that call, but it looked like it drifted just a little bit off the plate. Toronto's pulled within 3. It's 4-1 in Toronto versus the Orioles. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back 96 up top. 2-2. A lot of speculation on what OHTANI will bring in. I think it's every bit going to be at least 750. I don't see how he doesn't get 10 years, 75 a year, considering what he can do. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded hard, just past Ozzie Albies, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 night so far for Shohei OHTANI. Good hard hit, one hopper just past Ozzie. Ozzie was shaded over that way, but he hit it just between short and second, and it's a leadoff single for the Angels. Just kind of reached out and flipped his hands out there, and he hit it hard. 94 miles an hour off the bat. First pitch on the way. Crone is right there at the knees for a strike on the outer edge. Just kisses the black. It's 0-1. C.J. Crone has had a couple of good swings. He's 0-for-3 with a fly out, line out, and a ground out. The 0-1. Minter lets it fly. Fastball misses outside and high. It's 1-1. LA 3, Atlanta 1, top of the 7th inning. The 1-1 kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it back. 97 up against the screen behind home plate. It's 1-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th inning, the Braves will have Ozuna, Rosario, and Arcia due up. Harris, if anybody gets on. The 1-2 pitch. Minter lets it go. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Drifting over down the first base line. Just foul. About 3 rows into the stands. There is a left-hander warming up in the bullpen for the Angels. They didn't do it yesterday, but you would wonder, would you go ahead and pinch hit Kevin Pillar with Rosario due up second? Take the lefty-lefty out of it. The 1-2. Minter flips it over to first to keep OHTANI close by. We'll do it again. Cincinnati Reds all over the Cubs so far, bottom of the third, 6-1. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. So A.J. Minter just coming off the IL. I'll be curious to see how many pitches he'll be allowed to throw here. He's at 11. Has yet to record the first out. He'll obviously have to face at least 3 batters, but you wonder how deep they'll let him go. Bullpen's pretty well rested. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and laces that foul down the line. Plenty foul, but a long, long way. Just before the foul pole, it's 1-2. Minter leans over to get the sign from Darnode. Straightens up, lifts his red glove. Darnode on the outside. Here's the pitch. Swinging that ball's hit hard over to Riley. Riley's got it. Fires it to Ozzie. Ozzie relays it to first. And it's a 5-4-3 rally killing double play. Good defensive play by Riley. That was smoked down the third base line. He had to backhand it and off balance throw it over to Ozzie. Ozzie, great job of catching the ball in stride and keeping his balance, heading it down to first base. 5-4-3 if you're scoring at home, and now there's 2 away. And that'll bring a lefty-lefty matchup. Moniak, the center fielder, he's 0-for-3, but has made some good defensive plays out there. First pitch on the way is a cutter swing and a miss. Outer edge drifting away. It's 0-1. Moniak 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, a fly out. The 0-1 pitch lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. So he's gone cutter. The first one was down around the knees. The second one just a bit higher, but in the same area off the plate. So you got an 0-2 count. Minter trying to get out of this inning. The pitch on the way. Swing. Foul down the line. It's 0-2. You got an 0-2 count. 3-1 is your score. Angels lead the Braves by 2. Top of the 7th inning. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm so old. We used to take a shower in our uniforms because, you know, because we flew commercial my first few years.
Wait, time out. There's no era where you did it.
Yes, it is.
Stop, you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
There's no way that you were supposed to wash your uniform with it on.
When I first,
you're making this up.
I'm not making this up.
Let him finish.
When I first got to the NBA, we flew commercial. So when you played the night before and flew the next morning, when was you exactly going to get your uniform clean? You had to wash your uniform yourself. So after the game, when you got to your room, you took a shower in your uniform and dried and dropped on the commercial airline the next day.
Who are you with Jed Clampett? Yeah, have you ever heard of this in your life?
Well, how are y'all cleaning y'all uniform when you're flying the next morning?
You can clean your uniform without showering in it.
Well,
that is possible. You don't have to have it on.
Yeah, no, but it's easier to do it that way.
Big news in the big games.
See you, let me hear you. Oh, 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something up crack down.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be all game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trailed by 2. You got a 1-1 count to Marcell Ozuna. Pitch on the way to Marcell on the 1-1 count and swung on, grounded hard over to shortstop. It's going to be a quick 6-3 put out to start the inning. Looks like Phil Nevin's going to come out and make a pitching change, so that was quick. So he'll make a pitching change, and the left-hander will come in to face Rosario. We'll see if they leave him in. We'll be back in a flash.
Better get that checked out.
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
Braves Country HD, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes to blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. They're going to leave Eddie Rosario in there. I just do not understand the love affair that they have with leaving him in against a lefty, knowing Pilar's defense is better as well. First pitch on the way to Rosario. It's a fastball top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. As far as I know, Pilar's not injured, so what is the point of having two really good left fielders? You're never going to put them in. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and foul down the line. It's 0-2. So quickly down 0-2, Rosario 0 for 2. His batting average is down to 248. There's a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. The 0-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the line. Plenty foul. Do it again. It's 0-2. I know they're really analytics driven, but whenever Pilar is in against a lefty, normally hits really well. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll get into one, but it seems strange. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 1-2. And I don't know if they feel like it's too early to pinch hit, but it's already the 7th inning. You don't even know if he's going to get back up again. The 1-2 lefty-lefty matchup, swung on, easy ground out, 4-3 put out, and Rosario is down once again. There's 2 away. So 2 down. Now the lefty will have to face Arcia. Arcia, his 0 for 2. Strikeout and a fielder's choice. The pitch on the way. Fastball right above the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Arcia. Ten home runs on the year. This would be a good time for number 11, the 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. Kind of had to dance out of the way a little bit. He started him off with 2 inside, a cutter and a sinker. They set up inside again, the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to short. Should be easy. It is. 6-3 inning ending out. And we'll head to the top of the 8th. The Braves trail by only 2.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time, or skippity-doo.
Well, what do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but
hold on. Trayshawn, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it. Okay, I got you. I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love. Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get an extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill.
Bill. Fine.
Bill? Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill?
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trayshawn comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. So the votes are in. Everyone believes, well, not everybody, but 58% of the 46 folks that voted believes the Braves will make a big trade. Trade deadline is tomorrow, 6 p.m. So we'll have the 3 to 5 show where we'll be covering the trade deadline, and then we'll step away for a little bit. And shortly after the trade deadline ends, we're going to let the dust settle and then come back on and get you ready for the pregame show. We'll be reacting to all the stuff trickling in. There's always stuff at the last minute that comes in. First pitch on the way from the new pitcher, Pierce Johnson, is a swing and a miss strike. Good curveball off the edge. It's 0-1. Of all the arms that they got so far that they've added, Pierce Johnson by far has the best stuff. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. Another curveball. It's 0-2. Hunter Renfroe 0 for 2 with a walk in the first. The 0-2 from Pierce. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So good morning, good afternoon, good night from PJ, and there's one away. Phillies lead the Marlins 4-2 in the bottom of the 8th. Say all in all, we'd be pulling for Miami in that one. They're a half game closer, but I think Philly's a much bigger threat. First pitch on the way to Moustakas is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Interesting how Miami has added some key pieces, but it seems like they're focusing primarily on pitching. It'd be interesting to see if they add a bat or two. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball off the edge. It's 0-2. I think Miami primarily is going to be looking for someone that's a rental that they don't have to give a whole lot up for. Because the way they're structured, the lack of fan support that they have down there, they can't really go all in on anybody. The 0-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, it's 1-2. I still think Atlanta gets at least one more bullpen arm, if not two. Really like to see them get a lefty. It's a couple of them we talked about in the show today. We'll do it more tomorrow, but Suter of Colorado would be a nice one. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and grounded, foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. There's a lot of talk about Barlow. Now that Sewald is no longer available. There's also some couple of pretty decent arms still available from the White Sox, and they are in sell mode. The 1-2, Johnson lifts his glove and lets it go. Swing, and that ball's slapped into left field, is going to get down for a base hit. Eddie Rosario, slow to get into the ball, finally gets it in, and they test his arm, and it'll be a a one-out double. That pitch was, it was pitch-out territory. Kind of impressive that Moustakas could keep that thing fair. Moustakas does not run well, but it's evened out by the fact that Eddie doesn't throw well. So there you have it. Moustakas is going to come out of the game for a pinch runner. Looks like it's Andrew Velazquez. He'll be the pinch runner. Randall Grichuk will now come to the plate. So you got the 7, 8, and 9 due up. And remember, the number 9 hitter has been killing us so far. Braves still have 2 at-bats left. In the 8th inning, we lead Major League Baseball in runs scored in the 8th. So it's far from over. But you'd like to keep it 3-1. You don't want to have to go up there and put up a big crooked number to catch them. Johnson, righty-righty matchup with Randall Grichuk. The pitch on the way, in the dirt, bounces away from Darnode, and strangely enough, Velazquez stays at second. So that's fortunate. I thought for sure he would scatter down to the base. If you're just joining us, 2 of the 3 runs that were scored were home runs. All 3 have been home runs, but 2 of the 3 barely got over the right field wall. And I mean, when I say barely, one of them actually hit the top of the wall and bounced over. The other one hit that little strip of grass just over the right field wall. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit hard down the third base line. It's 0-2. So they said that Grichuk went around on that pitch, even though it went in the dirt. First base umpire ruled that he went around. So you got an 0-2 count now. Grichuk. Gee, good Lord. Another pitch in the dirt, and that ball's easily going to get Velazquez down to third. So now you got a mess because with 1 out, the count will now be 2-2. Wild pitch will send him down to third. Or maybe I had that wrong in my head. It's showing 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Infield in. Here's the windup. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 96. Top shelf on the outer edge. Chase a ball for sure. Even if he makes contact with that, that's going to be a pop-up. Great pitch by Johnson, and they're now 2 away. So big second out. Now he's going to try to come through here unscathed. You wonder if the curveball's even in place now, because which kind of hamstrings him. It's the first pitch on the way. He's 96 up top. Should have been a strike, but home plate umpire Chad Fairchild blows another one. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, fastball right down the pipe. That one he did call a strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. So you hate not being able to have that curveball in your repertoire, but if you bounce another one far away, it's going to be a run. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, went to the slider. Nice pitch. 1-2. Pierce Johnson now just 1 pitch away from getting out of this jam. Braves trail by only 2. We're in the 8th inning. Nito steps out and asks for time. Now he's ready to get back in the box. The 1-2 pitch. Johnson lets it fly. In the dirt. Johnson comes down to cover home plate, but the runner stayed put. So now you got a 2-2 count. You really don't want to walk this guy because The man of the hour is standing on deck. Wallach, the hind catcher, who's had a home run, a double. Pretty good block by Darnode. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 97 on the outer edge. It's 2-2. Washington leads Milwaukee 5-3 in the 8th. Tampa Bay 5-1 over the Yankees in the 9th. Philly 4-2 over the Marlins in the 9th. The 2-2 pitch. Johnson looks in and lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He pulled the string on that one, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get out of it. We only need 2, and the top of the order is heading towards the plate.
Oh, I just realized, if they get divorced and live in 2 separate places, that's twice as many visits. Imagine if I had to see them both on the same day. It's like running a double marathon.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around, foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand the league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Now, for me, I wasn't good enough to guess pitches. I looked for one pitch every at bat. Every pitch, fastball right down the middle. Yeah. That's it. As soon as I saw it, I would swing. So I'd look fastball down the middle every single pitch, and my approach was to stay to right center field.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 2. They'll face the left-hander to start the inning. Brandon Loop goes back to work, and the first pitch swinging, first pitch comebacker, and Michael Harris is the easy out, number 1. 1-3 put out. See if they leave him in. Loop finished the last inning. Nope, that'll do it. They are in straight panic mode. They do not want a lefty facing ACUNA. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, I for one want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, man. I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave, who are black people supposed to call Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronaldo Lopez, another piece that the Angels just got in a trade, this time from the White Sox, throws the first pitch high and inside, 99 up around the chin of Ronald Acuna Jr., and Acuna looks over his shoulder. I wonder if there's previous beef there. It's 1-0. That looked intentional. Now, he might have just missed his spot. Can't imagine they'd have a lot of beef, but you never know. Something outside, because the 1-0 pitch. Fastball 100 misses up top. It's 2-0. And that's a pitch he probably gets the benefit of the doubt from if he hadn't missed so wildly on the first one, because it was close. The 2-0 pitch, 100 miles an hour right down the pipe. 2-1. To Ronnie. Call that a strike right down the pipe, 100 miles an hour. He is throwing just straight flames. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, blew it right by him, 101 miles an hour. Impressive pitch, and there's 2 away. Lopez at one point was a starter. He's a failed starter, but has been a pretty good reliever, and you can see that stuff that he's got. I mean, that is right down the pipe. At one point, they were thinking he was going to be one of the next big things in the Chicago rotation, but never could develop extra pitches. So they put him in the bullpen, and man, oh man, that ball, it just explodes out of his hand. First pitch to Ozzie misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Riley on deck. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss well over the top of it. Off speed. Down around the ankles. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Ozzie digs in. Here's the pitch. High and inside. 2-1. 91 miles an hour. The 2-1 pitch, 101 miles an hour on the outer edge, ball 3-1. So Ozzie's a ball away from reaching base, which would bring the tying run to the plate. Open stance from the left side, righty-lefty matchup. He lets it fly. Swing and taps it foul. Chase ball forward just under the zone. When it's coming in at 101 miles an hour, I'm sure it's hard. It's a blur. So a full count to Ozzie. Braves trail by 2. Bottom of the 8th. The wind up to pitch. Swing just came out of the glove. Foul tipped it. 101 miles an hour. Would have been strike 3, but it popped out of the glove of Wallach. And Ozzie will stay alive to tell the tale. The 3-2 pitch. Once again, here it goes. Swing, pops it up. Back behind home plate. Do it again at 3-2. Braves have been shut down by this Angel pitching staff tonight. Silseth pitched a gem, and the bullpen's done a very good job in their own right. The 3-2 lets it go. Just misses the outer part of the zone. Whoo, that was too close for comfort. We'll take it. Ozzie will head down to first. Man, oh man alive. If he would have rung him up, I couldn't have argued it. Pretty good frame by Wallach. Lopez doesn't like it. I can't say I blame him. As a pitcher, you want that call. As a batter, you're thankful he didn't get it. That might have been one of those knee bucklers. Even if he wanted to swing, he couldn't. After seeing 100 miles an hour. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and away out of the either way, it's going to be 1-0. They're calling Lopez for pitch clock violation, but the pitch missed anyways. He went down and away with the breaking pitch. So a 1-0 pitch inside 99 misses. It's 2-0. You know Riley's going to get an opportunity to see something. It's whether or not he can catch up with it. Because Matt Olson standing on deck, the last thing they want to do is bring Olson up in this inning. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss over the top of an 88-mile-an-hour slider. It's 2-1. Would have liked to have seen Riley take that pitch there and make him throw him a strike. But instead, it's a 2-1 count. Ozzie stands on second. He's kind of leaning like he might go. The 2-1 pitch. High and inside, 100 miles an hour misses. Ball 3, 3-1. So the tying run is a ball away from reaching base and would bring Matt Olson to the plate. The 3-1 pitch. Right down the pipe on the outer edge, 99 miles an hour for a strike. It's 3-2. Three-two count. The windup, the pitch. Swing and fouls it away. 101 miles an hour. Good gracious. It's 3-2. What's crazy about this, if you're listening on radio and you can't see the game, he just has an effortless motion, Lopez does, and it comes flaming out of his hands. The 3-2 pitch. Ozzie's on the move. Here comes the swing. Grounded over to short, and it should be easy. It is. It's a 6-3 put out to end the inning. So the Braves threat but fail to score. We'll head to the top of the ninth inning here in Braves country.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got three very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on. It is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you ever wanted to read some tea leaves, Daisbel Hernandez is coming into the game, in a game which we are trailing. The trading deadline is tomorrow. Do the math. He might be the next one off the team if they do pull a trade. First pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's going to get dropped into center field down for a base hit. Just kind of a looping swing. A soft line drive in between second and short. And it's a leadoff single for Wallach, who has had himself a game. He's a triple away from the cycle. The catcher, who, by the way, if you're curious, coming into tonight was batting .209. First pitch on the way to Rengifo. This is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Sometimes it's just your night and sometimes it's not, and it looks like it's Wallach's night. First pitch on the way, or the 1-0 pitch on the way to Rengifo, misses inside again. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch in the dirt, misses, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. Hernandez has given up the leadoff single and then has came in and thrown 3 consecutive balls. The 3-0 right there. They're going to call that a strike. We'll take it. Look to touch inside. 3-1. 3-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and fouls it back 96 on the outer edge. So Hernandez has now worked it to a full count. Runner on first. Nobody out. The pitch on the way. Swung on and pops it up, but it'll bend over the third base dugout. Out of play. We'll do it again. Shohei Ohtani stands on deck. So you'd love a double play here. The 3-2, way outside, wide ball 4. And this is about the biggest disaster you can think of. The Braves clinging to this game, trying to hang in there, down 2 runs. And now there's runners on first and second, nobody out. Hernandez on the hill. You can't make a pitching change until you face one more batter, and here comes Shohei Ohtani. I would seriously consider walking him. First pitch on the way to Ohtani is a slider at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Shohei Ohtani. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Top of the zone, 0-2. Shohei Ohtani, for y'all who don't follow the Angels baseball legend, nickname is Showtime. He's from Oshu, Japan. The 0-2 pitch. Wind up and lets it fly. Wham! He slams that thing high and deep. Going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Money Mike. An acrobatic play at the wall for allowed out number 1. The runners do move up because Harris had to leap to make the play. What a play. What a catch by Harris. Max Fried, who is soon to be added to the team, to the active roster. They showed him standing up in the dugout. Holy cow. And Ohtani, bit of a tip of the cap to Harris. I'm sure Harris will be talking about that for a while. So Hernandez is going to have a bit of a powwow on the mound with Ozzie and Travis d'Arnaud. Showing that replay again. And he robbed a home run from Shohei Ohtani. If he's not there, that ball most likely goes over the wall. Barely, but 2 of their other 3 home runs have barely gotten over the wall, so why not? Difference is that one was in an area where they could steal the home run. So they throw back over to first, I believe, to challenge, but it doesn't look like they were seeing if the runner's left, they're calling him safe. Looking at the replay, yeah, it looked like they tagged up. Thought maybe they were going to get a cheap out. So anyways, to reset here, you got runners on second and third, 1 out. And Crone comes to the plate. He's 0 for 4. The first pitch, 96 up top, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Crone, who came over in the deal with the Rockies, the 0-1 pitch, swung on and sawed off down the line. It's 0-2. Hernandez could really use a strikeout here or a pop out. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's going to get dumped into center field, down for a base hit. 1 run will score. It's 4-1. The runner on second had to hold up, so he'll stay at third on the single, go to third on the single, and stay there. Runners on the corners, 1 out. The Braves trail at 4-1. It was a high pitch, and Crone just smart swing by Crone. He tried to not do too much with it. With the infield pulled in, he just lightly tapped it towards the outfield. He might have had a different approach if the defense is back, but down by 2 in the 9th, kind of hard to play your defense back there. First pitch to Moniak, the swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Mickey Moniak 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts and a flyout. Excuse me. The 1-1 lets it go, drops a bunt, and I think the ball might have even ricocheted and hit off his leg. It's 1-2. Due up in the break. Oh, that's what happened. Good Lord. He dropped a bunt and he racked himself. The thing bounced off the ground and hit the family jewels. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Moniak appears to be okay after an old-fashioned cup check. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 97. Just off the edge of the plate. Couldn't catch up, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Hunter Renfroe doesn't get any easier. Hunter Renfroe coming to the plate. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. 97 just below the knees off the edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees. 2-0. So you got a 2-0 count to Renfroe. Runners on the corners. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded over, foul towards the first base line. Didn't get much of that. It's 2-1. Renfroe with 17 home runs at 774 OPS. A 2-1 count in his favor with runners on the corners and 2 outs. The infield is back and they're shaded for him to pull. Righty-righty matchup. The 2-1 pitch swung on. Pops it up. High in the sky. Should be playable. Deep. High. fly ball for out number 3 in left field. So that'll end the inning. The Braves will grab the bats. Our last chance to tie this puppy up. Olson, d'Arnaud, Ozuna coming to the dish.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy but I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would ask for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson, who scored the Braves' lone run, is standing at the plate. He had a solo shot earlier in the game. He's 2 for 2. And the first pitch from Lopez is a fastball, misses off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Lopez back out there, his 21st pitch of the game, the 1-0 pitch, fastball right down the pipe, 1-1. Olson hit his 36th home run of the year, 89 RBIs. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, looked like the slider missed off the plate. 2-1. So a 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses outside, wide ball, 3. 3-1. He's gone 4-seam, then the slider, and then back to the 4-seam. The 3-1 to Olson. Pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it straight back. 3-2. Olson just missed that one. He had that timed. See him buttoning his lip. He knows he just missed one. Hopes to get another opportunity, but you got a full count now. That slider's got to be in the back of your mind, but you got to be looking fastball. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls it away. 99, 3-2. Braves trail by 3. We know this offense can score in a hurry. D'Arnaud's on deck. Ozuna's in the hole. The 3-2 pitch. Down and in, ball 4. And Olson will head down to first. And the tying run will move to the on-deck circle. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud is absolutely due. He's hit so many balls here recently, very hard. The first pitch on the way, swung on, tapped off the plate. It's 0-1. LA 4, Atlanta 1, bottom of the 9th inning. Runner on first, nobody out. Darno looks in at the 0-1 delivery. Fastball, swing and a miss. Blew it right by him, 100 miles an hour up top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 to Travis. You can live with a strikeout here. The last thing you want to see is a double play. He's already hit into one. With him and Olsen back-to-back in the lineup, it's got to be what the Angels are thinking on the base paths. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high. 1-2. Try to get Darno to chase the 100 miles an hour up in the zone. Meanwhile, Lopez is about to throw his 30th pitch. And though a previous starter is the 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high, not very deep into right field, just before the warning track, making the catch for a pretty long out number one is Hunter Renfroe. Though Lopez used to be a starter, he's not stretched out, so you wonder, he's about to throw his 31st pitch. Where would he start to run out of gas? Marcell Ozuna steps to the plate. Ozuna, 1 for 3 with a single. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, 100 miles an hour right in his kitchen, and it's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna hit 4 home runs over the weekend, bringing his number up to 22. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide. Triple digits again. 1-1. The 1-1. Lopez lets it fly. Fastball right there. Clips the inner part of the plate. Ozuna took it all the way. It's 1-2. Probably a good idea by Ozuna. I don't think he was looking there, and he probably would have got jammed. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the slider off the plate. And there's 2 away. So the Atlanta Braves are down to their last out. Eddie Rosario just needs to find a way to get on base. Orlando Arcia represents the tying run on deck. The first pitch on the way to Eddie. Swing and a miss. Strike, 100 miles an hour. Blew it right by him. About letter high. It's 0-1. Rosario 0 for 3, a strikeout, a fielder's choice, a ground out, the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Kind of a half-hearted, half-check swing, and it's 0-2. Matt Olson heads down to second base on the play. I believe they'll score that defensive indifference. I doubt that was a stolen base. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Eddie Rosario is out number 3 with a good morning, good afternoon, and good night at bat. So your Atlanta Braves drop a tough one, ran into a buzzsaw in Chilseth, who pitched a very good game, and the bullpen really looked good. A little bad luck for the Atlanta Braves. If you're just joining us, they got down 3-1, and 2 of the 3 home runs they gave up to get down 3-1 hit the top of the wall. So a couple of feet or the wrong bounce, and we might have had a different outcome. But anyway you look at it, the Braves lose this one. They will drop to 67-37 and still be double digits ahead of Philly or Miami in the NL East, depending on their outcome. Silseth will get the win. Charlie Morton the loss. Morton, all in all, though he struggled with his control early, gutted through 6 innings, gave you a quality start. He gave you an opportunity to win. Just couldn't put any runs on the board tonight. Charlie Morton had 8 strikeouts, did walk 3, gave up only 6 hits, and the Atlanta Braves lose 4-1. Another sellout, 41,173 just past capacity. And the game tonight finishes up in 2 hours and 36 minutes, so a pretty tidy game, even though we got the L. Well, you can't win them all. If you could, they'd call it SEC football, right? So we'll see you tomorrow. The Braves drop a tough one. Tomorrow, though, it's Spencer Strider Day, and I expect a much different outcome. Y'all have a good night. And, of course, tomorrow, just a reminder, we're going to be on live 3 to 5 on our afternoon show, as always. And then we're going to take a quick break and come back shortly after the trading deadline and talk the deadline. It ends at 6. The Braves game starts at 7:20. So we'll come on shortly afterwards, after the dust settles, to see what the Atlanta Braves do. They're going to do something. Whether or not it's to our liking is a totally different story, right? All right, we will see you mañana. Have a good night, y'all. Braves drop a tough one, 4-1.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/BravesCountry. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.